Yo, yo, yo. Make sure the music's not too loud. Yo, 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 yo. Good morning, good morning. Starting the stream right at open. What's up, King Carnage? What's up, Leland? What's up, Chuck? What's up, E? What's up, Alexis? What's up, SF? Today I have it on a subscriber mode, so if you're subscribed to the channel, not a paid member, you can type today. I'm only doing that because we have the special guest joining us today, and if anybody has questions, I want everyone to have access to ask him. Yeah, Rost. Let me go to Rost. Let's give Rost its own chart. Let's unlink this one. Dear Lord. What's up, Maddie? What's up, Purple Mango? What's up, B More? What's up, Chris? What's up, Daffy? Again. Good morning and happy Friday. Happy Friday to you as well, David. Yeah, happy Friday. We got a full day Friday stream. And in the first 3 minutes, we are getting a break of today's open. We seem to be opening right at that 450.25 level again. I'm leaving the Ross chart in the bottom right because a lot of people, well, I don't know about a lot of people, but Daffy had posted it. I had hyped it up. I had also gotten in. A lot of people in chat got in. But Rost calls should be up pretty nice right now. Mine are actually still settling. But I'll get those alerts out to y'all here in a second. Good morning, Adam. Similar plan here, leaving supply from 2 days. See, this is what I'm talking about, guys, right here. This is how everyone should be planning every day, right here. Taylor does a really good job of going in here every single day, in the morning or the night before, you know, whenever she has time. And this is exactly the time I tell y'all, though. Like, the night before, the morning before, this is when you need to be doing this stuff. Right here. It's just simple breakdowns. What's the daily say? What does the intraday say? Awesome. Now you know beforehand. So now, during the day, you can trade off of this. And after the market is closed, you can go back and be like, all right, how close to this did I trade? Did I trade anything close to this? No? All right, well, I was probably gambling or guessing on my trades. Did I follow this to the T or pretty closely? Maybe not perfectly, but pretty closely. Yes? Okay, then you had a great day according to your game plan. It has nothing to do with, was I green or red on the day? That doesn't tell you that you did good or not. That's a result of how you did or how well you followed your game plan, right? So if you're following your game plan, it should make sense. But yeah, thank you for that. That is how everyone should be posting. Good breakdown as well, Chew Poppy. I like your breakdown on AMD. Peoples, you did an amazing job as well. You always do, though. Zaytoven, another good post in there. And then Boo-Rock also posting a pretty good chart. Everybody seems to be posting good game plans in there. All right, and back to SPY guys, but as you guys can see, we are, again, over the past couple days struggling against this 451. Remember what we said? We said this is very possible. We could get a grind up move and a slowdown range trade type move like we did here against 438s, but against 449, 451 area, we did get this. All we've done since we've gotten into this area is slow down and cause indecision. Now, this isn't technically bearish. This could also be bullish if they build consolidation and fail to break under basically this candle's halfway point. But if they were to ever get a good close outside of 449, which they've yet to do, they closed just under it here when they pumped up. They closed inside. They closed inside. We don't know yet. It's still pending. But every day is closed either up to it or inside of this range. So if we get a close outside of 449 today, this could be your over the weekend pullback that brings you back down towards 449 or 445. Sorry, 445, 443 area. If you were to hold this area today, over the weekend, we could just get some indecision coming back into the early parts of our charts next week. So I think that's what we should be expecting. Does everybody understand what I'm putting down, though? I want to make sure everybody gets it before I move on. Right now, though, you are breaking under today's open. You are under 450.25, so it's basically whoever controls 450, 451 today. Just like we talked to you. It's basically the same exact plan as yesterday. Alright, back to this. Good morning, everybody. I see a bunch of you guys still tuning in. Be sure to drop a like on the stream, share the stream around, write it open. 15-minute outside bar. Oh, my bad. That is a good call out. I need to switch that chart to the 15-minute. Oh, almost got it right on the dot, didn't I? Right there. Alright, so this chart will be a 15-minute. I don't know if I'd call it an outside bar if you're going off of a pre-market candle before it. Are you using the previous day's candle, Jay? Are you talking about the fact that we had that higher push here, now we're breaking, and you're going off the previous day candle? Because if that's the case, then that's a very awesome call out. I don't know if I'd go off of the fact it's an outside bar of a pre-market candle, but if you do like it off of the previous day, I like that as well. You have pre-market off? Totally fine. That's good. I would not have liked your call out if you said it was about pre-market, because that just doesn't mean anything. You know, there's not that much volume in pre-market compared to open market session. So that outside bar really doesn't apply to those pre-market candles from an open market candle. So, no, that was a good call out. Good job. You can see it here on the 5-minute too without even having it there. And I don't have the previous day on this 15 minutes, so you can't see it, but it makes sense though that you saw it like that. Good job, good job, good job. That's what I want to see. Alright, so remember guys, basically as long as you don't have 450.25, you should be heading lower. If you can hold on top of it, you have a lot of very, very good chance of moving higher. 450 is a really, really big pivot point. I like to think of this as like a pivot pivot foot and basketball. If any of you have ever played basketball here before, whenever you're playing and you get past the ball and you dribble and you pick up your dribble and you have both feet down, you can only move one of your legs. That's exactly what these levels do. These levels can't move. They just sit there, and the direction goes off of what it's breaking, whether it's holding above it or it's rejecting from underneath it. That is the direction it's most likely going in based on the pivot point. The pivot point is absolute. But right now, getting pretty much everything, all sellers from the open. If you guys are in the Discord, make sure to click on the daily updates channel. Every single day I go over news, earnings, and corporate news from overnight. I just post my screenshots from those awesome websites I go over with you guys. But I love that website. I found an extra tab on the Financial Juice to start linking you guys on the my daily update thing. And I think that's going to help out a little bit too, because it gives actual explanations behind things, not just screenshots of the news. So I think I'm going to start adding that more and more and more. Good morning, Jack. How you doing, man? Good morning, D-Touch. Love you, man. Here in a second, we'll go over some sectors if you guys want to. In the comment section or in the chat, drop what is your favorite sector to go check out of your top sectors of SPY. Here, I'll show the list so you can... There you go. Damn, we fit everything. But yeah, all sellers from the open for the most part, possibly seeing a retest from underneath 450s on the 1 minute. On the 5 minute, looks like you're just getting a hammer in the middle of the range. And then the daily, we're not really going to sit here and update this continuously. 15 minute, we just need more info. Nothing really to talk about that one. Tesla filling that thing. Great update, Leland. Looks like Qs are taking a pretty heavy hit. Let's go check out that Tesla chart like he was saying. Ooh, and yeah, they're not liking 230.60. Eesh. They're filling that gap. Good call out, Leland. Did you guys see that story that I tweeted or retweeted yesterday on Twitter? That was pretty cool. But basically, someone was in their Tesla that has FSD, full self-driving, and the dad in the car, he was having like a heart attack or something like that. I can't remember what the condition was, but something was wrong with him, right? And basically, he was dead. He was dying. And he died in the car. I think he died before he even got to the emergency vehicle. He didn't even make it there. The son, it was a child in the car. He was in the car while it was still moving. The AI behind this car moved the car to the side of the road, took him off the road, instead of just planting him right there in the middle of the road where he could have also been hurt or killed. Again, being in the middle of heavy traffic. So I thought that was pretty cool. But again, shout out to Tesla. That's really cool that they have that technology to possibly. I'm not going to say that he would have died, but that kid was definitely in danger if he was left in a normal car in the middle of traffic while his dad's literally dying in the car. So that's pretty crazy and pretty brutal of a story. But I thought that was very interesting. And I know I'm kind of botching the story a little bit, but if you want to go check out the full story, click on my Twitter. But I thought that was insane. All right, let's see some of these sectors. Vanessa says XLK is her favorite sector. Nice. That's one of my favorite as well. Alexa said XLV. That's healthcare. Nice. Second largest sector. least popular. At all times, I have XLK, XLV, and XLF in the background. Nice, Maddie. I like that you got tech, healthcare, banks. You got all three different sectors in front of you. Three of the tops. Again, I think that's the top three, actually. Banks are holding above comms and discretionary lately. XLK, XLV. Good. It's good to know where the top two are. Definitely can't beat that up. Yeah, rest in peace to the kid's dad, but that was a pretty interesting story. All right, so let's go on to these sectors now. We'll go and talk about them for a little bit. Remember, guys, in what time did I say? 9:30 to 11 my time. I think it's 10:30 to noon his time. So in 40, in about 45 minutes, we'll bring on Champion Vibe. We'll bring him in here to talk about pretty much anything he wants to talk about. He's a really good guy, really good trader. He's an intern for the New York Stock Exchange. He's friends with people I'm also friends with on different social medias. And we have had one seminar together, so I think you guys are going to have an amazing time talking or just listening to Champion Vibe, asking questions. Just really, you just need to keep your ears open. Leave your questions for the end. But I think he's going to come in here and bring some amazing info, so I can't wait for that to kick off. But that'll be at 9:30 my time, so the clock on the screen, follow that time. But 9:30 on that clock to 11, so he'll be for about an hour, hour and a half. Morning, Ace. What's up, Ace? We got that chat on subscriber only mode, so we can have you in here today. You're allowed in. I'm just kidding. But glad to have you in here, Ace. Also, I believe I owe you guys 5 free memberships today, so at some point today we'll do that as well. Alright, let's go through some sectors. Sorry, I was just making sure to read all y'all's comments. Can this stop showing up? Thank you. Alright, so go to the daily time frame. We're not looking at the other. So we have supply from before. We talked about this a few days back. Kind of gave it a little bit of time in between to bring it up again. But here we have just that close over. And just like we see on some of our intraday charts, how we're like, wow, we just need this to hold this level or break this level. That's kind of what XLK is doing on their daily time frame. We just need them to hold this level. But you can see today we're possibly forming an inside candle after forming an outside bar. So we have a lot of indecision up here, clearly, which makes sense. You know, nobody wants to be first. They also, the big money also don't want to make it obvious. So you're not going to be seeing like some of the easiest signals. And I'm not joking. If you go back 2-3 days in my streams, this is exactly the biggest scenario I talked about. I talked about maybe we do break that level above on these charts, but the big thing isn't to see if we break above them. It's to see, do we continue to hold them? Because if they produce, you know, a couple bearish candlesticks and then we pop up one more time and then another bigger bearish reaction happens, that could be the move back down. That could be your early initial pullback, right? And if we don't see anything like that, you know, everything just continues to hold this. They build base. There's no reason to sit here and go, they have to pull back. We're up too high. No, if they build consolidation, that's energy to move higher up on the chart. So you're in a really big 50-50 scenario here with a slight bullish intent just because you've already popped and closed over that range of resistance multiple times. So that's really important because this is the Apple Microsoft sector. This is your most important sector of the market because it weighs the most. Second largest sector, healthcare. We're on the wrong chart, I believe. Yes, we are. We talked about this just recently as well. We talked about how we have bigger supply, bigger demand down here, so that they're kind of down in the bottom part of their supply and demand range. But here in the closer part of everything, they're back up to where they just rejected and aggressively pulled away from. And then also we gave ourselves some short-term demand in case they do pull back. So right now we're looking to see, does healthcare get out of this area, or do we see them return back in range from here? And this will give us, again, short-term direction on the second largest sector of the market, healthcare. Go to XLF, banks. This is your third largest sector, I believe, still. And you can see they're not like healthcare. They're not like... And also, guys, while I'm going across these, try to draw like a line in your head. Draw this line in your head. Put yourself a line here. Put yourself a line here, right? And so, if this is 0, and this is infinity, right? This is where XLK is. This is where banks would be. We'll put them like right here. And this is where healthcare would be, right? Because in our heads, right, healthcare's kind of down here, you know, has one popped reaction move, but didn't keep rallying. They slowed down. They pulled back. They're rejecting right now, right? So they're kind of down here, holding above old demand. Whereas tech, they're in all-time highs. They're at new highs. There's nothing above them. There's just the sky there, right? But they're holding above old supply. So we can tell, like, from this chart, they're way up here, right? And then where's banks? Banks kind of in the middle of those scenarios. You know, healthcare's like down here, tech's like way up here. And then you got banks like kind of in the middle of that scenario up against the bigger supply, not some short-term supply, the bigger time frame supply, right? So this is what you should draw in your head as we're going across these, so you can kind of have a decent relative view of like, all right, where is everything? It's just nice to have a comparison view, I guess is what I'm trying to go for. Discretionary, they're kind of like banks. So you can say, oh, wow, these are just like banks, just a little bit differently. So different sector, completely different. Don't ever treat them the same. But it is nice to make that little bit of, you know, make that note. But they came down to bigger time frame demand. They're back up against bigger time frame supply. So right now we'll most likely get a reaction here where they do want to try to pull back and fill this gap, but they're not going to make it obvious. If they don't just do it here off of one rip to the downside, what can you expect? Another reaction move to try to see, can they retake this high? Can they retake this candle? Can they do any of that? And if not, and we get another bearish candle, well, then that can maybe be your initial lower high test to push this back lower. If not, they build up support, then you shouldn't be expecting anything except an increase in bull movement with the market. So again, not just looking at XLY by itself, but alongside the big market with itself as well as with its other sectors. So and then kind of like discretionary and banks, you have it up against supply, but this one's a little bit different. This one isn't just coming off of, you know, oh, it just fell from here and then jumped from here. This actually has a lot of consolidation in this area already. It didn't just arrive into this area, right? So it is a little bit different in the communication sector. This is your Meta, your Googles, your Netflix. But you can see they made it through the next supply. And right now we're looking to see, are they invalidating old supply and trying to hold this as support to push higher? And if so, well, we just need to pay attention to Google, Meta, Netflix, some of its top weights. What are its top weights? If you have, Thinkorswim, you can click Analyze Fundamentals and you can see its top weights. If you don't, you can just go to Google and type in XLC weights, XLC holdings, and see what is in here. So, but those are the sectors, short term, where everything's at on the bigger time frames. You guys know I like to go through those. Hopefully you guys enjoy those as well, because it's just nice to get a little bit of an update of where is everything. You know, what's bullish, what's bearish. It's not even about trying to be right or wrong. It's not about that. It's just nice to be aware. Plus the tempo of things. You know, if you have like every sector pumping, don't be that person in chat who's like, guys, Apple's flying. Like, yeah, no shit, dude. Everything's flying. So in the days where we don't have everything flying, and you do find the thing that's flying or the thing that's dying, I'm trying to be very vague here, by the way, then that's what you should be focused on. That's what you should be trying to isolate and point out, hey, this is doing different than what the market's doing or what the sector it's in is doing. It's just nice to get that comparison view, be aware of what's going on. And then kind of like that line chart I was saying draw in y'all's head, it's kind of the same exact thing. Spinny thing. He said that'll be 4 because Nerdy will get one. Bro, yeah. Nerdy will somehow get one of the 5 free gifted. No doubt. We'll start a family office fund, man. What are y'all talking about? Oh, y'all are talking about peoples and okay. I'm reading y'all's conversation like, huh? But guys, we're back up to today's open on the 1 and the 5 minute. Pay attention to see if we reject or do we push back above. We are at the most crucial part of your chart. This could be seen as a bearish rejection to the downside because we're underneath. This could be seen as a fake out if they pop back over it. Oops. Alright, but my bad, guys. How are the updates? How is everybody in the stream? Hopefully the game plans on the left and some of the sector updates help you out with a little bit of the awareness of what's going on today. Kind of in the same scenario we've been in for 3 days. I mean, it's really nothing new. So you guys shouldn't be, you know, totally baffled by some of these breakdowns. We talked about this. We talked about the fact that we've been gapping up with small body candles, that this can lead to some indecisive type trading, which can be range trading, can be up and down, hitting between two key areas. You know, so just be very careful. Try not to get ahead of yourself. Don't go crazy. Wouldn't jump in heavy positions. But be sure to drop a like on the stream. Hopefully you are all enjoying some of the updates and breakdowns. In about 30 minutes, we'll be bringing on Champion Vibe, the guest of the day. And then he'll be in here for about an hour to an hour and a half. And then afterwards, I'm going to gift some free YouTube memberships. We'll do some fun breakdowns on charts maybe. Whatever you guys want to do. Maybe we'll bring on, you know, Daffy or someone else from chat in here. Something. We'll do something. Yeah, make sure to share the stream around too. I didn't do my best sharing it around today. Oops, I almost messed up every single chart in front of us. That would have been bad. Damn, let's go. Rost is flying. Well, good job for everybody in chat who took that. It seems to be doing well now. I didn't see what Daffy's doing. Let me go look. Currently in the money, and then he posts a screenshot that shows Rost 130 call up 143%. That was 1 minute ago. Okay, so that's your update. Cool, cool, cool. Sharing is caring unless it's AIDS. Hear that, brother? Dropping buckets of likes to see 100,000 likes today. Oh, you still see the screen where it shows like all the likes of all the I don't even know why that's showing that. That's so weird. On one of the on somebody's screens, like a few people's screens, really, it's crazy. It's not just Sanddollar. There's like the like counter. It doesn't just show it for today's stream. It'll show it for the like every stream and video I've ever done. So it, like on my like counter on here, it'll say like tens of thousands of likes, which is very weird because it's like it makes you think that's on today's event or today's stream or today's video, you know? That doesn't make any sense why it does that. YouTube's worried about the wrong things, man. I just punched my mic. Alright, so guys, right now we're looking for either a rejection of 450.25 or a pop over. A pop over could be very good for bulls considering we did push back under within 3 minutes. So we'll see here after, what, 30 minutes now, how much recovery they've done and if they can use that to their advantage. You have an inside candle on the 15-minute, everybody. Does everybody know what to do when you see an inside candle? You draw the high. You draw the low. Hold up. Technical problems. You draw the low. Excuse my amazingly straight lines. You draw the high of that candle. Draw the low of this candle. I'm switching the chart now. We're going to that one. Until we see the break. Alright, we're leaving this. I kind of want to leave the 5 minutes so we can see everything. So let's leave it like that, and then we'll leave these 3 on the same vibe. Which you can't even see, it messes up the chart right there. Alright, that is the most powerful chart you could get in the first 30 minutes of today. I'm not even lying. So let's just be patient. Let's wait for a break. Of course, this is happening right before our guest speaker shows up. This is going to be pretty crazy. 15-minute inside bar. Aha, I beat everybody. I just straight up typed 15 IB. I didn't even put 15 minute. Read through it. Also, one of my best videos is the Inside Bar. If you still have access to viewing that, I would go watch that, which I think if you're all a member, you can. I'm saving that video, though, for the next course for anybody who might not have it publicly, because it's probably the best Inside Bar breakdown on the internet. It's not, I mean, it's just under 30 minutes, so it's not super, super long. It's not like an hour-long video. Still somewhat long. It's very in-depth, goes straight over the rules, talks about the bigger and the smaller time frame, you know, so it goes over literally anything and everything you could ever ask for. It's not just like, oh, draw these yellow lines. No, it goes over a lot more than that. But I would definitely check out that video if you have access to it still. Daffy said Rost is approaching target, taking profit here. What was that percentage, Daffy? And who all took... or I'll go close it. Who all took that trade with Daffy yesterday? If you guys were in the Discord trade floor, this is why I say joining the Discord is favorable, because this was on the trade floor yesterday, and he does this a lot. But he was talking about Rost calls. He said, say less or something like that, and then I was just like, this is why I don't even say I'm getting in. I'm just getting in. And then I think a few people joined us. So it was like a team effort kind of thing. But all on Daffy's TA and very, very clean. 191.78%. That is the percent on the take profit. Daffy, I want you to take the rest of the day off of charts, man. At least for the most part. Because, man, you out of all people in here have been posting some insane gains. Not just like here and there. It's like every other day this man's posting like 100% on a ticker that you've never even heard of. You'll be like, Ross Stores, they have a ticker? MMM? People trade that? You know, and it's like, holy crap, he's pumping out huge trades on these tickers because nobody's trading them. I love it. Some huge, huge breakdowns by him. And at every single time, it's not about the gains with Daffy. Like, yeah, of course the gains are the result of how badass he is, but if you go through his trades, you will see why he gets in what he gets in. You will see, oh, okay, he sees buying pressure here. If he sees selling and he sees it at demand, he takes the risk. If he sees a push into old supply, he's taking the risk. Shout out to you, Daffy. Almost 200% again. I mean, I'm beyond impressed. We're not even impressed anymore, Daffy. This is just something else. I don't even know what to call it. You're insane, man. Thank you so much. You deserve every good thing coming your way. Love you, Daffy. 2 trillion expires in option expiration today. Shall they roll them over or sell? That is a good question, Jay. One has to assume. Is that inside bar video in the membership tab? Can't seem to find it. I think I made it unlisted, so it kind of... So I think it was a members video, then I made it public, then I made it unlisted. So people, old members who had the link, I think is how I had it. But I'll just find it for you, Be More, because you're a member. Let me just go find it, and I'll relink it in that area, or that, you know, the members tab or whatever. I'm doing it right now. Right now. Because if I don't do it now, it won't happen. Inside bar. Here it is. Yeah, unlisted. Do members only. Okay, it should pop up again for you now. Should be fine. I guess I didn't realize I didn't do that again. Thank you, Be More, for looking for me. I appreciate that. See, I'm human too. I make mistakes. I can be dumb from time to time. More like all the time. This has been a crazy week, man. This was awesome. We had a really good Monday, Tuesday stream. The birthday stream was 10 out of 10. That'll be one of the best streams ever. Yesterday, even though it wasn't the longest stream, y'all still made me go a little bit longer than I was planning, just because it was so much fun in here talking to everybody, going over updates, talking about levels, just going over different things. It was fun, kind of chilling and conversating with everybody here. And then today, I'm doing another thing we never do. I never bring on guests in here because it honestly can be a waste of time, in my opinion. I don't like bringing on guests in here because half of them don't even know what the hell they're talking about. 3/4 of the people on the internet are full of shit. And honestly, you can never tell how sincere some of these people are. But that's why, again, I'm going very slow into this and bringing guests in here, people I actually trust. So maybe down the road you guys see more people from the Be There Buys group, not just traders that are, you know, social media traders or bigger traders across, you know, whatever. But maybe down the road we can bring in some members too. I already tagged Boo Rock on Twitter saying it'd be cool to have him on. It'd be cool to have more Daffy sessions, of course. Pretty much any of my mods, it'd be cool to have any of them in as well. But if you guys ever have a trader or somebody in chat that you want to have in here, just say it. I'm here for y'all. If y'all want to have somebody in here, we'll bring them in here. Do some questionnaires, do whatever you want. Oh, and Champion Vibe tweeted it. I'm retweeting it now. He said, joining soon, 10:30 Eastern Standard Time, which is in about 20 minutes. "15-minute inside bar is still holding. Can y'all believe this? Top focus is the top right chart, everybody. Top right chart. Your 1 minute, your 5 minute, your daily, these are all just different confirmations. But the 15-minute, this is your main focus right now because of what is happening. We are getting indecision at the open. No problem, Be More. Thank you for waking me up. Cool. Good job, React on Amazon. Good updates by Dondu, Peoples. There's so many people in the trade floor updating. Good stuff, guys. My stomach's trying to talk to me. Alright, 1 minute looks like it's trying to break the initial part of this inside bar. Oh, that felt good. Feed it. No, tell it to shut up. Punch it. How you doing today, D-Touch? One of these days, I'm gonna bring you and Daffy and Leland. I would love to have that. Like, have like a... I don't even know what we would call that, but it'd be like the Knights of the Round Table kind of stream or something. It'd literally just be all the main guys. But it'd be cool to bring you, Leland, and Daffy in here all at the same time talking. I think that'd be really fun. You're embarrassing me. Hey man, I embarrass myself on these streams every day. I'm past it. Roast me as you want. That's what makes these a little bit more fun. We do have some comedians in here, or should I say almost comedians in here. That'd be dope. Awesome. Yeah, I think that would be pretty awesome to have those three in here. I think everybody would be a little bit overwhelmed, so I'll probably have some questions, and then I'll just kind of ask them in a row. And then we could just kind of conversate from there. But that'll be really fun. They have made it to the outside of our inside bar. Let's see if they can break to the outside now. So you have short-term bearish confirmations on the 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute. Now you're looking for extra past that 449.46 low of day. That would be your confirmation that the inside bar is breaking if you can get closes outside of that level. This would be good for a short-term pullback. If not, though, bulls can remain present, pop this back up, and keep us in range. Just like you're seeing there on the 1 minute. We're wicking up on the 15 minute. You see that? You see how they wicked it up? They made people think for about half a minute there that we were about to dump. And then they brought it right back up. This is why it's nice to have multiple time frames in front of you. Who all saw that, though? Literally dropped us under for part of 1 minute. Very interesting. And they're popping it back up, completely trapping anybody who might have thought that was getting bearish too early. One second. Call me crazy, but I got some super cold lemonade and it tastes amazing. The 15-minute... Remember, guys, focus is top right chart right now. Top right chart. Mm. 10%, just one con. Mm. I'm readying our guest, seeing if he's good to go soon. Got my lemonade right here. We're good to go. By the way, guys, I do not have a list of questions. I'm just going to give him his own platform, let him go at whatever he wants to, just kind of conversate with him, and then ask natural questions. I'm not really one to set up like a list of questions. That shit's kind of weird and unnatural. But if you guys have questions, please save them for the end, based on anything he's going over or anything we might go over. He might even pull up his screen, and I'll like share his screen or something. We'll see. Should be fine though. Tesla coming back with vengeance after that pullback under the previous day low. They're back above it and almost filling that gap. Pretty crazy. Banks. Healthcare, nice reaction. Look at that daily chart. Look how clean that is. Kind of nasty to see on the 5 minute and the 1 minute, but pretty nice to see on that daily time frame. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Yo, this music sucks. Why didn't anybody say anything? There we go. No. The next song should be better. I agree, Sandollar. XLK still in the red. I am convinced Bears have full control of 450.25. Good updates by Daffy. Dondu and Taylor trying to be me. Who's all still here in the stream? OPEX affecting price action here. A lot of false moves and reversals after the open. Nice intraday bounce after a post-open flush for lots of names. SPY's trying to flip red to green. Not in a rush to take any positions with the indices basically flat on OPEX day, but I'll keep watching. Oh, my bad. That wasn't a subscription tweet. That was my friend FS Trades. It's like one of the few people I think, read their breakdowns and it's just like, oh, okay, cool. I think I see the same thing. Nice 30-minute hammer candle forming on QQQ above CDO and PML. Terrible price action. Yeah, you're getting a lot of indecisive price action, that's for sure. You can see here on the daily too, we're in supply, so it makes sense on why we're in between these two levels. But this amount of time is definitely going to cause a lot of fear, greed, chasing, FOMO, just really bad indecisive trading. So just wait till your confirmations hit. We have no break of the inside bar from the first candle of the day. We are still within the first candle of the day. So a lot of consolidation is being built up. And guys, it's 9:30. It is time for our special guest. So let me turn the music down a hair real quick so I can hear him better. I swear this music's always louder for me than it is y'all. Alright, let's get the man, the myth, the legend in here.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, you sound clear as day, actually. You sound better than I do.
Awesome, man. Thank you for having me.
Anytime, man. As soon as you hit me up, I was like, oh my god, oh my god. I started freaking out.
Oh yeah, I've been waiting to do this for a long time. Big fan of what you've been doing.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
And, yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of people I see on Twitter and everything that also do the YouTube streams, especially in stocks. A lot of the YouTube streamers are mainly in crypto.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's hard to find people like us streaming this much about stocks on YouTube.
Yeah, it's pretty bad too, because I was just looking through that too. I had not noticed that till literally 2 days ago. I had gone through YouTube streams, and I always preach about like trading fraternity. He's like the only guy I really look up to, and then everybody else, you're not kidding though, is pretty much kind of shifting to crypto more and more and more. And I'm just like, okay, what about the stock market?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, glad to have you here, man. If you want to tell the stream a little bit about yourself.
And I do the long story.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, man. You
time?
have as much time as you want, bro.
All right, sounds good. So, I'm 21 years old, and it's the day I turned 18. It was in the midst of the COVID crash. So, it was great timing for me, but I'd already spent pretty much the past year before that learning about technical analysis. And, I had the classic beginner's luck, thought I was a genius, and then the market humbled me a few months later, and then I actually took out the time to buy all the books, watch all the courses, really dig deep in this stuff. I really didn't have a set in stone future, and I needed to find a way to show my value in the world, not just to other people, but to myself. And it became 12-hour, 15-hour days for a long time, just looking at charts and trading, practicing. And once I started finally feeling like I was doing well, I started thinking, might as well share this with other people. If this is working for me, I'm sure it could be replicated. So I started doing YouTube live streams, and especially on Twitter's, where I really started gaining attraction, just sharing my ideas. And it was definitely a really fun time back then. It was that whole entire SPAC era with all the EVs going crazy.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yep. And yeah, I mean, from there, it was just kind of every single day, just repeating the process and building a community, meeting a bunch of other people. Eventually, well, actually this year, it led me to get this opportunity I'm doing right now, which is basically I'm an intern at the New York Stock Exchange. And, now it's pretty much a mix of, doing the live streams and everything, and also trying to help out on Wall Street and really learn what it's like over there. So it's kind of seeing both sides of things, the retail side and then however you want to coin the term,
Mm-hmm.
professional side. It's, I just love trading, and definitely primarily technical analysis based. I've been trying to dive a little bit deeper into long-term stuff with fundamentals, but since the first moment I started studying charts, I fell in love with them. So um, I mainly do day trade at this point. I think after kind of that top in the beginning of 2022, I started day trading. And whenever we are in like a good swing market, kind of like the last couple of weeks, I
Mm-hmm.
always have that in the toolbox. But I watch a lot of your streams. My trading style is very similar. I love how you go through different time frames and you try to see what levels line up. And yeah, it's pretty much where I'm at
Just
now.
stack your probabilities, really.
Exactly.
Well, that's a crazy story, man. I saw you became an intern on the New York Stock Exchange. I was like, damn. I was like, Champion Vibe getting official now, and I thought that was really cool because like I always tell people there aren't like pro traders, but there are market mechanics. There are the bigger traders, the big money. That I always call them just big money. It's just a lazy term.
Yep.
But that's exactly what he's interning for, and that's honestly amazing because it could be a different pace of things. You might even not even just for making more money. That'd just be cool for a learning experience because now you're going to have both
Exactly.
aspects of the market that not everyone's going to have.
Yeah, the education is amazing because they really don't look at things the same way that we do. It's not really familiar to most people there to be using technical analysis. A lot of market makers actually do. If you walk around on the floor, some of the main ones they do pull up. The big one that a lot of them use is VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
VWAP and volume, I think, are the standards across the board in finance. But I've never really seen anybody charting an inside bar like you just did on your stream, or
Mm-hmm.
looking for head and shoulders and all those patterns. And I've actually, talked about it with a lot of people there, and they do show respect to it, which is what I wanted. I thought there was going to be, it was like shunned upon and it
Oh,
was
like
just drawing
bashing
lines
it.
on
Okay.
charts. Yeah, but they do have a respect for it. It's just not really familiar to them. That's not really what they need to be using on a day-to-day basis. So kind of sharing what I know with them, and then also learning what they use apart from technical analysis to gauge where stocks might be headed, is really cool to get both sides of the ball.
You're actually only the second person I've talked to that's been to the New York Stock Exchange like multiple times, like interning there and being there on a regular basis.
Yep.
My friend before, he told me that they don't use any like everything you just said word for word. And he was telling me, he's like, sometimes you'll meet a guy that does like positional buying. Like he might like see the levels you're looking at, but he's not going up to the screen, drawing it on there, throwing price level tool and all that. Like they're looking at just general supply demand. That they're not looking at,
Exactly.
they're really not. They don't have to touch the chart. They don't really have to do
Yeah.
anything.
A lot of them will pull it up on their Bloomberg terminals, and
Hmm.
exactly, they'll just kind of have like a mental note of what they think the big level looks like, but they're not sitting there drawing out all the lines and waiting for the price action to get there necessarily.
A true pro. I saw you got to meet Einstein of Wall Street too. I thought that was cool as hell because even people who don't know who that is, it's like he's in movies. Come on, guys.
Yep.
So I thought that was cool
Um,
too.
yeah, he's actually the person that gave me the opportunity to be there, and I sit next to him pretty
Oh wow.
much all the days that I'm in there. Yeah. He's really energetic, great guy. Definitely recommend everybody checking him out. He's been there for a long time, and he's actually one of the people that's shown a lot of respect to people like you and I and what we're doing with social media. And a few years ago, he pivoted to do the same thing. He's really the only one I've seen down there, who's in that position where he doesn't need the social media or anything, and but he sees how valuable it is, and he just loves the space. So bridging that gap, I think, is very important, between finance and social media.
I think
And
that's
that's what I think.
crazy that people
Yeah,
like that exist. I think that's awesome. Like I had no idea that there are actually people trying to bridge that gap. Like it's not just like, oh, screw retail traders. It's not like that. That's
exactly.
awesome. Because yeah, from this
100%.
point of
At the
view,
end of the
it doesn't
day,
seem like that.
yeah, at the end of the day, it's just trying to make a good circle around yourself. And that's why I love to reach out to people like you and just see who out there is doing something similar to me, and what can I learn from them and what can I help them out with. Um, Collaboration is huge, man.
Yeah, and this doesn't have to be a one-off thing either. We did that. I think you and me did that one seminar like a super long time ago,
Yep,
and then now we're doing this. This doesn't have to be a one-off thing. We can do multiple events like this and just have fun with it. Because really all we do in here is what you do too. You just talk about updates, what's going on, what we think, and then just covering it. Not really looking to be like, all right, guys, buy calls here at point oh 0.02. Let's sell at point oh 0.04. Like no. Trying to actually learn and keep these things in our head.
exactly.
Speaking of learning. We are just literally trading inside of the first 15-minute candle of the day still on SPY.
Yeah, the whole entire week we've been getting a lot of slow intraday price action, really good gaps, but especially like the classic noon to or pre-market, like first hour before the open
Mm-hmm.
to noon session, it's really just been slow and not a lot of movement.
Been eating up people's money too, because they're not patient, so they're just gonna keep burning it up. But that's what we're
Absolutely.
trying to focus
That's
on here, limiting yourself to not
Yep,
doing that.
100%. I'm not a big fan of days where you have to sit down and look at the charts for 3 hours and not take a trade, but sometimes those are the most important days, and you learn a lot from them. It's not easy to tell when you're going to go from no movement to actually getting some good price action. So it's really days like this where you can start to learn and see, all right, at what point, I'm sure it's going to happen at some point. Maybe it's power hour, I'm not sure yet.
Mm-hmm.
But at what point do we go from just a slow grind into, okay, we break a key level with volume, and then we get our next trend? And for me, and especially my style, I love to trade, tight ranges breaking out. But I'm not necessarily a breakout trader. That's the thing that a lot of people get confused about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not necessarily waiting exactly until you break a support or resistance. I'm looking for the variables leading up to that, and I try to position myself accordingly. So let's say we're in a range. I try to see whether the bearish or bullish variables have more importance, and then I place my stop loss around that. And then obviously I'm hoping, because you never know, it's not a game of certainty, that it breaks in the correct direction.
Mm-hmm.
So, to each their own. But my style is definitely more of waiting. And, I can be in a trade, let's say I'm in a trade for 10 hours. Um, I can be waiting for 9 of those hours, and it's finally like the last hour is when the actual price action comes in. And that's why,
Mm.
especially when you're in the game of options and all of that, you want to make sure you're planning out the exact expirations, looking at all the Greeks. At a certain point, you don't have to like literally look at all of them and calculate them. You can start to understand how the prices move themselves, but that's more of my style.
Just kind of gauge
Um,
some like normal math in front of you. Like if you notice, oh, I'm doing really good on these delta contracts when they're 0.15 or when my gamma's 0.0 whatever. It's just nice to kind of pick up on that because you've done it multiple times, kind of catching up onto the rhythm of it.
Absolutely, yeah. Once you start to really, repeat the process, you understand how the theta is going to start dragging down the prices, and how the price will move when it goes from out of the money to in the money. It's not always going to work perfectly. Sometimes options are a little bit funky, especially when we get news and stuff. But again, the more probability you have, the better off you are. So,
And that's exactly what we go over. I'm like you're literally like you sound like me a little bit. Like you probably sound a little bit more professional, of course. I sometimes it's hard to get English out, but it's crazy because like that's all we talk about in here. It's like it doesn't have to be like you said. You're not a breakout trader, but you are essentially catching breakouts, but only because you're essentially stacking the chips in your favor before it's happened. You see within the range,
exactly.
oh, there's a lower high being here. Okay, trend's changing. Oh, there's a bearish candle here. Okay, it's definitely changing. I'm in before it's possibly happening. And sometimes, whatever, you're early and then it hits your stop, you're out. But you're limiting yourself to that stop. And then if it does happen to break out, you're the first person in that trade. So you're getting the most extrinsic gains out of that chart just because you had the most favorable position on it. I like that.
100%. An analogy I use all the time is that the stock market is the largest game of chess in the world.
Oh, dude.
And
Whew.
you can either be a pawn, or you could be, I'm not necessarily a king, but another piece that's more important than a pawn, right?
Give me a bishop. I'll be a bishop.
Exactly.
I'll be a rook.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I'll be a rook. I want to be a rook.
But yeah, looking at the SPY right now, definitely more of just a range. On the 50-minute, if I zoom out a little bit, there's like the start of an inverse head and shoulders, but I don't like to jump too ahead of myself, so I like to wait until the patterns are fully completed.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really seeing much of a trade here for myself right now. Definitely like 450.5 is a key resistance. If we break above that, let's see, where's this high from? We have Wednesday's high sitting at about 451.4. That would be the next level I see.
Okay, nice. We actually have pretty close levels then, yeah. Because I kind of have like a indecisive area from the daily between 449 to 451 from a supply on the weekly, I think. Or no, it's from the daily. And then 450 I have like from multiple days this week, multiple days the previous week, and then it's 450s, 451s like you said. It's sticking everywhere. So it's almost like don't touch a trade if it's in that area. Wait for some
Yeah.
good lower highs to pull away from that. Wait for some good higher lows above that, and then you can have better probability, like you were just saying. 'Cause, yeah, indecisive from the open so far. And yes, guys, I turned the music down. It's because I wanted to hear Champion's crisp voice. Some of them might go crazy. I saw you streaming on YouTube too, man. I need to sub box you, honestly. I need to just put you in there.
Yeah, 100%. I gotta do the same.
I pretty much only add my own traders in there, and then I have Jake in there, and then that's it. But I'm
Yeah,
very
the
glad to
actual
have you
account I
there.
stream off of, I usually don't sub to people. I
Oh,
just try
okay.
to like leave it alone, and then I have like my personal account.
No, that makes sense. I wish I would have done the same. I got all my stuff mixed into one. It's kind of hard to
Ah,
navigate
okay.
sometimes. I should have taken that route. Creating your own chess piece. Jacko said, speaking on trend structure, SPY's making higher lows on the 5-minute. You are correct on that, as well as the 1. It's just that we're still fighting against that very key area like Champion was talking about, 450, 451 range. Kind of sticking under that right now. But again, guys, remember on the daily time frame, this can be a good thing. You don't just have these moves that jump up and fall down. You got to have some of this. We always call them grind up, grind down, but it's really good to have this consolidation because this can build energy for future moves. Maybe not today, maybe not Monday, maybe not Tuesday, but who knows? Maybe Wednesday we have the craziest day of our lives. You never know. So I really just be patient, guys. Limit yourself to what you have charted in front of you. Do not step outside of that. And if you are, that's the mistake you're making. It's not you're dumb. It has nothing to do with IQ. It has nothing to do with intuition. It's the fact that you're literally just breaking your rules. So you just need to understand your system. Come up with some rules, write them down, try to repeat it. That Bart Simpson meme where he's writing the same thing across the chalkboard 60,000 times. Do that. Instill it into you. Make it part of you.
I actually wanted to ask you, just to get another trader's perspective on like a daily time frame. What are you thinking about the market here with this huge rally we've seen in the past couple weeks?
Mm-hmm. Switching to it now. Just the rally, just in general.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's been pretty incredible. I wouldn't now. What I've told everybody in my chats is that I never would have said this is where we're reversing from. I'm never gonna tell somebody I knew this was gonna happen. No,
Yeah.
but I think everybody was picking up on the fact that it went from being kind of an obvious not as obvious setup to an obvious setup. Then it went into being oversold, and it's like everybody and their mother turned bearish. And that's okay. You can be bearish. That's totally fine. But you have to have invalidation points. And what the invalidation point for me was when we had the double inside bar at the very beginning of October. We had a nice rally from there. We had a really nice test of it and then a break of it to go just above 400. I think we hit like 409. Yeah, 409.21. And then within just a few days of being trapped there, they closed back above the invalidation point, the double inside bar. So that kind of got me 50-50 on things. I think I was also overly bearish at this point in time. And then I think at this point I
Yeah.
was like, I'm not touching shit. I got to wait to see what this does. And then it broke back above this. At this point in time is when everybody and me in my chats were saying, okay, guys, we need to wait to see, do we get a retest of this area? Do we get a higher low of this? We didn't get any of that. They just kept ripping it up with, regardless of the data, the Fed speakers, the slightly better inflation numbers and job numbers. It's literally 0.1%. So nothing crazy, but it is crazy at the same time because we've been in this market so long where like every week that comes out, every piece of data that comes out, it's just more negative, it's more depressing, it's throwing people off. They're confused not just by the fact that it's negative, but also the fact that it's slowing down data. I think slowing down data ruins it for most people because they don't think of like multiple directions. They think up and down. They think fast and slow. They don't think, oh, there's an in-between area where we're going to have some really weird indecisive slowing down data mixed in with some really weird, sometimes bullish, sometimes bearish price action. I think that's going to throw people off way too much, whipsawing. So if anything I could tell anybody, it's stick to just recent price action. I've even myself gone from literally going from like the weekly and daily to just doing some recent time frame stuff. Just everything right here. Everybody can see all my levels right here from the past couple months. That's all I'm focused on. But the rally itself, honestly, pretty incredible. I wouldn't say that it was something that was super obvious because it wasn't. The data wasn't really helping us out in the beginning, and then it all of a sudden starts turning around very, very, very slowly. So I think the data played into part of it, some of the Fed speaking, and also I think a lot of people don't remember this is a forward-looking market. This market is not trading November 17th, 2023. We're trading 3, 4, 5, 6 months from now. This isn't what the market is looking at. We're looking at multiple months from now and what the data may reflect on that. So I think this is an appropriate response to at least put us back into a part of the chart that's more cost effective for both sides, both bulls and bears, to catch future opportunity.
Yeah.
But
We
personally,
just ended up getting there very quickly.
exactly, very quickly, and I think that's what's throwing people off because of how quickly it was. But sometimes that's how it is, and I genuinely said that on this week too. It was just like, it doesn't matter if Jerome Powell is bearish. It doesn't matter if these people are bearish or not. They've been telling us they want to bring us down to 2%, 3% area, and it's just taking its sweet ass time, and that's no. This is normal. I think people are thrown off by how slow everything is. I really do believe most people don't understand. It takes forever for this data to truly be settled, and then to also be calculated into the markets correctly. So, and then you have, of course, the outlying drama with, the Middle East, Ukraine, all this other stuff
Yeah.
that just keeps popping up left and right, which isn't even really long-term hurting anything. It isn't. Energy has been the only core sector that's continuously getting worse and then cooling off instantly, whereas the other ones haven't cooled off. They've just gotten to a point of being bad and have just not cooled off still. So we're just still waiting for all of this core inflation to cool off.
Yeah, I'm looking at your chart right now, and where you drew that yellow line where the inside bar initially was, that was kind of the same thing for me. Like that 409 low, myself, I was bearish at that point, and that ended up being the bottom. And you have to kind of take your ego away and be able to, I said be able twice, but you have to understand, like you have to be like water. That's what I was trying to say. Like Bruce Lee said, you have to be able to adapt. Things change quickly, and for me, it was actually I wasn't looking at that low, but that candlestick pattern is pretty much like a three white soldiers right off the bottom.
Oh, yeah,
And
100%.
that's what kind of flipped my view. And then once we kind of solidified that break back above 420, what we saw and what I call that is autopilot mode. It's kind of like a normal market, and then a button gets flipped, and then we just started kind of initiating autopilot mode. And usually when we get into this autopilot mode, it's just price action straight up. And as long as we see that, I don't try to predict any tops. I will wait to see a double top or a bearish divergence or some bearish variables, but I'm not necessarily in the game of like, okay, now we're at 450, it's a key resistance. That is very true, but I like to wait and see what's the volume showing, when are the patterns going to be changing. And I did miss the move off the bottom. Potentially, I missed the move off the top now, but eventually, I'm going to find myself in a position where, without trying to force it, the pattern will come to me, and I'll trade it with risk management. And if I only trade one setup out of 4 setups, that's okay, because there's going to be 1,000 more setups coming.
Exactly.
And that's
There's
really
always
how I
more
try to do
opportunity. I
things.
love that you just said that, because what you just said is what's probably saved you on this second leg up.
Exactly.
Waiting for a double top, waiting for something like all we have right here is a slowdown. That's exactly what I tell everybody. We have a
Yeah.
slowdown.
And I
We
saw
don't
that
have a reversal.
big bearish engulfing candle, and I'm like, yeah, there is a potential there, but I need
But it
more
didn't
than
break
just
anything.
one variable.
Exactly.
Exactly.
It didn't break anything, and you need exactly stacking your chips. Like we have one drawdown. Okay, awesome. Can we get a second? Can we get a second drawdown from here? And then like you said, we can be a little bit more confident. No, man, that is right on exactly how we kind of covered things in here. I love that you said it like that. Because exactly, like you have one slowdown. You don't have any confirmation this is coming back down. You just have an initial confirmation. They still need to prove more. Then what do? There's that soldier candle again. It's soldier candles left and right are all around this chart. And I'm happy you said that too, because we always teach the soldier candle as well. It's a super powerful candle, especially when you see multiple of them.
Especially when you're doing candlestick analysis, follow through is everything. For those of you that are into sports, like a good analogy is like if you're swinging a baseball bat or if you're kicking a soccer ball, like it's you want to make contact, and that in this world would just be getting your first candle, but you need to also have follow through for that to keep going in the direction you want it to go into. So you need to see another confirmation candle. You need to see another part of your system, and you shouldn't have like a 10,000 indicator system, but you should at least have 2 to 4 solid indicators that you trust and that you've back tested, and you need to have multiple of them firing off at the same time for a high quality trade. And you have to just be able to walk away when they're not showing up to you. The more
100%.
patient you are, the better. Like I know everybody wants to trade and get rich quick, and the way that I've seen is it's the times where I'm not forcing anything. I'm not trying to make a certain amount on the month. It's whatever I make from my variables whenever they show up is what happens. And it's usually the months where I'm not trying to force anything or look for anything that end up being my best months. I just wait to see what happens and then I take advantage of it. And if it doesn't work out, it's okay. I'm not going to force, the position to get bigger or to chase different levels. I'll go look for another trade.
Because you know that there's always more opportunity. You're not going to sit here and be married to your trade. You didn't sign an NDA to just be with this stock. Like you could literally,
Exactly.
you can move around. You can be adjusting. No, I like that. I like that. Be pivotal, like you said. Be like water. That was probably the best analogy. Hell yeah. Round of applause for Champion, guys. Honestly, it's nice bumping into a trader who isn't 100% full of shit. It's nice to have somebody in here who is, honestly, and I hate when people say, like, trading the right way. Like, there's no one right way to trade. You just find people that trade similar to you, and this guy just happens to trade similar to everyone here. So, honestly, shout out to Champions, guys, and I know he's not done here yet, but I do want you guys to pay attention. Go over to his YouTube channel. I'm going to subbox it today, but just type in Champion Vibe. It's pretty easy. Click that, and he's the first one. I know it's crazy. He's even right here with the cigar in his mouth. Click on it and then hit that subscribe button. I think I even have, yeah, we're turning all notifications on. But check out this channel, guys. Very, very awesome. Always happy to spread the love to other good traders. I also like that
I'll
you're
go
spreading
first, but go ahead.
No, my bad. You go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm gonna go first, but I want to ask you after. In terms of like naming and branding yourself, for me it was Champion is actually like the meaning of my name, which is Niall. It's an Irish name. Not that I'm Irish, but that's what my parents went with.
Okay.
And then Vibe is just me and my friends always say, like the vibes are good. So I just went with Champion Vibe. And then my logo is actually I used to play Call of Duty a lot, and that was like my Xbox logo.
Ah.
So that's how I came about mine. But I'm a huge fan. Ferris Bueller's Day Off is probably like a top 3 favorite
Damn,
movie
so
of
you're a
mine.
gamer too.
So I
You
want
like
to
to
know.
game.
Oh yeah, I was huge on Call of Duty.
Okay, good. Because we're gamers in here too. We like the game.
Awesome.
So mine's actually kind of stupid, actually, compared to yours. I hate that you asked me because it's like, damn it, he has an actual reason for his name. Mine is actually kind of weird. So it is like Ferris Bueller's Day Off in a sense because I actually had dropped out of high school without finishing 10th grade. It wasn't really anything I could do about it. But I had to drop out. I ended up getting a job, all the good stuff. I was in plumbing for like almost 6 years. And so in my head I was like, oh, I'm kind of skipping school in a way, so it is like Bueller. So in my head I was like Bueller, and then at the time my favorite artist was Mac Miller, and there's these two different songs where he mentions, yeah, I mean I know you listen to good music, and he mentions that, and I'm like, holy shit, like that's me, like I need to just that's my alias, that's me. So it's not as cool as yours, but it's still a decent reason. But that is how I came to be Bueller, and then Bueller Buys. Actually is really weird too. I couldn't think of like like BB, try to do like copy your first letter to make it match and sound right. I was doing that, but I couldn't think of like a good second word like that relates to the stock market, and buys or bids is all I can think about. I couldn't think of a different B. So that's how that came to be.
Okay, got it. Man, I love that you said Mac Miller. That's probably my favorite artist ever.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I'll probably listen to his music even when I'm older.
Yeah, same.
I got to meet Mac Miller at a concert one time too. It was really nice.
Oh no way, dude.
I'll have to send you the picture. You can't leak, but I'll send you the picture.
Got it.
Damn, you hear that, guys? Champion Vibe's gonna get to see what I look like before y'all do.
I remember I only found out about him probably 3 months before he passed.
Damn.
And I immediately just fell in love with his music. And I would go back on SoundCloud. This was a while back, and look at he has like a lot of covers. He has like a cover on a Tupac song, a bunch of different ones if you go on SoundCloud, and I really like them. And then I started looking into his actual music. I still remember the day he passed. I was literally in the car. It was a beautiful sunset. I was in Miami at the time, and I was just so confused. And just looking back at it now, it's like the amount of stuff he said in his music. Like I just wish more people were looking out for him.
That's crazy perspective from you, because like that kind of sucks. Because like you like get into it, you get hooked. You're like, oh my god, I finally have an artist I can love. Like, and then it's like, oh, he's gone. No more music.
Yeah.
And then it's just
Still
like
love the work
super
done,
depressing.
you
No,
know?
yeah, amazing.
That's the
amazing
cool
music.
thing about people like him and what they do. It's like their legacy will live on through that, you know?
He'll never die.
Exactly.
Man, you gave me chills talking about this. It's supposed to be a stock market stream.
Yeah.
No, it's awesome. That's what we do here. We don't just talk about stocks, because if I did, I would go crazy.
Yeah, you gotta be able to relax and calm down and just that's why I think it's important to, especially when you're trading all day, to have other people to talk to, a good community around you. Because this game, it gets very repetitive and boring after time.
Hmm.
And you got to do things to spice it up. So it's important to find other people that are like-minded.
100%. It's so hard. It's so hard to find that. Cause
Yeah, because you got to
everybody has
filter
their
them out
own.
too. Yeah.
Exactly. Everybody has their own like outer lying issues, I guess. Like you'll have like your
Yep.
parents or something with your job or your family, like anything. Anything can be a pressure point in trading. And then you add that into this as well, and then there's even more, grinding in here where it's like you bump heads against somebody in your community or you just do something wrong and then it just all goes to shit. It can really spiral out of control very quickly. So it is very important to take care of your mental health. Also, just getting off the screens. It is so nice to just go sweat. I always tell people, go sweat, go outside, go do something that just makes you sweat. Go do it for 20, 30 minutes. I don't. It doesn't have to be that long. Just do something to get yourself active off of the charts. I feel like
Yeah.
that also
And
brings a
having,
good,
yeah.
refreshed kind of approach too when you do come back to the charts.
You also have to have like a different part of your life in which you're also showing consistency and composure, because then that translates over into the charts. And I've not been doing a great job of it lately because I've been like on and off sick for a month. But like working out is huge.
Hmm.
Making sure you're doing the same thing, repeating the same thing every day. Whether you run another business or you're working in another job, try to excel in every single part of your life. Don't just think, okay, I'm doing trading now, so I'm gonna, kind of take the gas off everything else. I'm not saying to burn yourself out either, but try to have the same work ethic in every single thing that you do, because it'll definitely translate into trading as well.
Be
If you're
consistent.
waking up every single morning and making your bed, something as simple as that, that could translate into waking up every single day and following your stop loss. Setting a system is huge in my opinion, just for your
Preach.
life.
Preach. You gotta have that stability. You gotta have that structure. No, preach. That's exactly what we talk about in here, dude. You are preaching. Because that's all it is. I always tell people that too. Like, I feel like most people don't fail in trading or anything in life. This could apply to anything. Anything. But
100%.
people don't fail because they're stupid. People don't fail because they're not smart or not intuitive enough or have no idea what they're doing. No, people fail because they don't have structure or stability or a path ahead, like you're saying, like having something to consistently do over and over and over again. Therefore, when you do it differently a different time, well, you got to note that. It's like, well, I took the same trade I always take, but I did this. And it's like, okay, well, that's something you did different. You didn't take the same trade. It is a little bit different. Go over that. What was that one aspect that made that trade different from the others? And then try to improve on it. Try to improve on whatever that one aspect may be. But no, you're 100%
Exactly.
right. Just doing the same thing over and over again. It's as simple as that, but at the same time, that's like the hardest thing, maintaining. I think it's so easy for all of us to get into this stuff, and then it's hard for you to realize, like, crap, it's not just about, doing good and getting a huge trade every day. It's like I really just got to stay sane at the same time. It's a whole lot more.
Yeah, 100%.
And yeah, B Ferg, Tesla pump, good call out. It is just continuously pumping. Higher lows off of 230.60s. Remember, guys, that was the invalidation point for bears today to take this lower. They ended up taking it back within, what is that? 40 minutes after open. That's crazy. Built a higher low after that, broke back over today's open, and we are making new high of day into 235.20s. It's kind of that median point between that supply from previous day and the demand from the bigger time frame that we have.
I was just gonna bring up Tesla actually on the 1 hour chart.
Oh, nice. Oh,
It just created a bullish pin bar candle and then it followed up with that with the bullish engulfing candle. And in general, it kind of looks like a wedge formed since that high on Wednesday. And there's a small gap fill at 242.5.
you guys see that,
Yeah,
everybody? It's got it right there. Oh, I see what you're saying. My bad. You said the hammer pin bar. And you got a little bit
yep,
of continuation after.
exactly.
It's pretty much at the most important part. Yeah, I guess if you were to just highlight this over here and then
And
include
if you
this
zoom out a
level.
little bit, at the low of that hammer, you actually flip some previous highs from the end of last week into a
Oh,
support.
good looks. Oh, to the cent. Oh my gosh.
Yep, isn't that crazy?
That's very clean. I like that.
Because I'm sure a lot of people were looking for that downside gap fill.
Hmm.
But that's why it's also important just to have all the levels charted out, especially the key ones.
And they ignored the common high, a clear
Exactly.
level of resistance.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, the gap is still there, but there's other levels above that. No, good point. And right now, this is what I would say is like kind of like a 50-50 setup. You're either looking for more bulls to retake this towards what you just said, that gap fill. You're looking for a potential rejection, but could lead into building another higher low for all we know. There's so much that can happen from here. From this perspective, a lot can happen. But then you jump down to the smaller time frames. It's like, wow, you can really take advantage of this. Just that short-term information, just that vague charting, just restarting it real quick and then redoing it. Very nice looking. See, guys, keep things simple. Other people preach this message too. I'm not crazy.
Percent.
So what are some things outside of trading that you like to do that are maybe not to waste time, but just to, enjoy life outside of trading? What are some side things you like to do?
Absolutely. A couple of years ago, I would have said boxing, and then I realized it's not fun to get punched in the face. But yeah, boxing was one of the things that I still love to watch boxing. I'm very up to date with all the athletes in the sport and everything going on there. I'm a big fan of that. Nowadays, I just moved to New York City, so I've finally spent a good amount of time just networking with people. I really enjoy finding smart people and learning from them.
Man, that is incredible.
So it's not necessarily anything like an activity, but I just love to go to networking events and just roaming around the city, meeting cool people. But on my free time, I'm definitely a movie guy. There's a lot of gold movies that I was too young for when they were initially coming out, or they came out before I was born. So I've definitely spent a lot of time in the past couple of years just going back and watching some good ones.
What is a personal, like, when I say what's a good movie that you like what does your brain first go to?
My favorite movie is Interstellar.
I love this, man.
Yes, that is the best movie of all time, in my opinion.
Okay, yeah, we're definitely bringing you on some more streams, man. That alone just scored you some more streams easily.
And I'm not sure if you've seen it, but I went back and watched it. No Country for Old Men.
Oh no, I
That's a
have seen it. That's a
really
great
fun
ass
one.
movie, dude. I
Yes.
love that movie. Oh my god, dude, you're in the right place. Interstellar. I was
definitely,
not expecting
yeah.
you to say that. I think I saw you tweet about something like that, but I'm not joking.
Oh,
If you were
yeah.
to ask any of my private community what my favorite movies are, I almost bully people into watching Interstellar because I love Interstellar
Yeah.
that much.
My top three are probably like Interstellar, then Godfather, then maybe actually Ferris
Stop!
Bueller's Day Off.
Stop! Get him
Yeah,
out of
that's
here.
probably my top three.
Oh my god.
Love Godfather.
All right, well, you're allowed to be in here as long as you want. No, those are awesome movies, man, for real. I actually, look, Taylor's saying it. She said Josh about lost his shit when I said I hadn't seen Interstellar.
Oh yeah, if anybody
Godfather,
hasn't
though,
seen it, you have to.
when my uncle was still alive, because he's Italian, he loved Goodfellas, he loved Godfather, he loved all those movies, and
Yep.
he got me into those pretty heavily too.
Another really good underrated movie with Matthew McConaughey is The Gentleman. If anybody hasn't seen that, it's really
I was
solid.
so late to that movie. I'm not joking. I was
Yeah.
probably like 6 years late to that movie. I didn't even know it came out, and then I saw it on Netflix one day, and I was like, "Why have I never seen this? This is like."
And I can say this quote from this movie off the top of my head. It's one of my favorite quotes that he says towards the end of the movie. Well, actually, he says it a bunch of times. To be the king of the jungle, you must be the king of the jungle. There can be no doubt, because doubt causes chaos and one's own demise. And he says it just in like the sickest voice ever. And it's so true, and I use that with trading all the time. If you want to be the best trader, you have to be the best trader. Not necessarily you have to compare yourself to other people, but you have to be showing to yourself that you are doing everything you possibly can. You're not having any cracks in the foundation. You're covering as much as you can on a day-to-day basis, getting 1% better every single day, looking at more charts every single day, expanding your toolbox. And you have to have that conviction. If you're not convicted, then you're going to be double thinking a lot. You're going to keep switching back and forth. And I'm not saying you have to have conviction in the sense that you can force trades or whatnot, but you have to believe in the trade you're in because your variables are showing you to do so. And if it doesn't work, your risk management system that's the standard. And that's the thing that everyone needs to make sure that is covered before anything else. You have a better ability to trade and to do whichever trades you want to take when your risk management system is already in place. It's literally like a need. There is no system in which cannot be completed without that. So that's like the first step for me. Everything I do on top of that is pure analysis. But when you have money involved, probably the simplest way to start seeing a better P&L is to keep fine-tuning your risk management system. Look at your past trades and see what could I have done to tighten up my loss here? What can I have done to scale out of the trade better and make more profits?
Well, making
And
it make
that's what I really
sense,
love.
not
Yeah,
making up stuff. Like you said earlier, I love that you've made this point too. Making it make sense in terms of like doing the same thing over and over again. Now, yeah, the chart might look a little different each and every time, but try to find the same pressure. It's like you're not looking for bearish candlesticks at support. That just wouldn't make any sense. You'd be giving yourself a really low probability trade. Give yourself that consistent method of finding the same thing over and over again without making up stuff. Finding consistent info. I like that.
100%. And you can learn as much as you want on the charts, but and I'm sure you understand this as well. Like, there's a certain point to this that it really can't even be taught in a literal way. It's more of just screen time and experience, and having, enough at bats to just see when a candle looks like this, when price action starts to make higher highs or higher lows or whatever it's doing like that. You just have the experience to know what's a good chance of happening next. When you see how price reacts to news and all that stuff, and that's why, for all of you watching right now, I'm sure Bueller has taught you so much, but I'm also sure you've gotten an insane amount of education from sitting here and watching the streams and seeing, okay, he taught you the patterns, but how does he use it himself? How does he go about trading it? Execution is probably more than half of the game. You could learn a lot of this stuff within a year. Some people take decades to actually learn how to execute, though. And that really just comes by locking in, sitting down here. And that's why I love people who do the streams, because you're showing you're not just making, a course or whatever, which is great, but you're also showing how to implement it. And that can really only be done in real time. And, I have a lot of respect for people that do that. So shout out to you.
Appreciate that, man. I really do. And it's so hard to find like people who try to preach these things too without like pushing. Like I don't once feel this like intent of Champion trying to be like, all right guys, I hope y'all like my info so you can buy my course. It's like people are doing that more than they are like spreading the info. Like when I take a piercing line trade, I'm looking over the 50% of the previous day. I'm taking a call there. If I can make it to the previous day's high, awesome. I'm taking that day trade there. We're selling it. If not, and it just continues to hold at 50%, let's swing it. I like the piercing line at support/demand, whatever it may be, positioning. But I'm not going to sit there and also be like, all right, guys, make sure when you do this, you buy my course because you're never going to find this information anywhere. Like, it's not like that. Like, don't try to cut it off.
Yeah.
I like that I get that from you. Like, it's not like an evil intent or anything. It's just like spreading love, spreading good vibes, spreading good information so people can hopefully trade better for themselves. Because like you said, they're only going to learn so much from stuff we go over. You're going to learn so much more, though, on your own journey as you go over these things. And that's why I say, like, guys, keep yourself openly responsible. We're not in the military. I'm not your sergeant. I'm not your captain. I'm not going to get on to you like that. I mean, I am going to get on to you, but I'm not going to be able to see it happen, right? I can't sit there next to you. So you have to be your own disciplinary. You can't sit there and just run buck wild. You got to have your stats out there in the open. You got to be openly responsible. Put yourself out there. You might think, oh, it's just to engage with the Discord and keep it active. It's not like that. It's literally to keep yourself openly responsible, because if not, what the hell else is keeping you from just making random trades and gambling? You need to keep yourself in control. Breaking Bad. Y'all are still talking about TV shows. We're over here trying to
I
give
see
y'all...
it in the chat.
What
Yeah.
the hell's wrong with y'all? Yo, you guys
We
need
got
to check
everybody
it out.
off topic now.
Yo, you guys need to check out Band of Brothers. If somebody in here hasn't seen Band of Brothers in 2023, just leave. Maddie Clams. Okay, everybody back on topic. Everybody back on topic. Sherman, turn it back
I actually
around.
wanted to ask you, especially maybe you have some newer viewers in here. What would you say a part of your system is that you don't really see anybody else doing? Like a certain indicator you use, a common strategy you have. What would you say? Because I want to learn as well. Like, what's something you do that you want more people to be aware of
The
that
order-
works out for you?
I can answer that so fast. The order of operations. I feel like everybody has rules behind things, and what the order of operations is like in math you go into school and they teach you PEMDAS to do mathematical equations
Yeah.
correctly. That's all this is. It's just PEMDAS, but doing things in the correct order. I think too many times, like especially in my group, this is the biggest problem, is whenever we gap up, the first red candle, my whole chat's looking to grab a fib to the downside, but that's wrong, because we're up. We just gapped up. We should not be looking for downside right now. We need to be looking to see what's trying to hold for upside, not, trend is your friend, I guess, is really what I'm getting at, but it's a little bit deeper than that. Everyone just says trend is your friend. That's so vague. What the hell does that mean? Order of operations gives you this like step-by-step method of doing the same thing in order correctly. And if it goes against you, whatever, you just caught a good trade and it cut. That happens. You're not going to catch 100% of the trades that work out. It's just not going to work like that. I wish it worked like that. But doing things in order. So like if we start up higher, right? And we're above the previous day highs, and you pull back to that, you shouldn't be drawing the fib from the high of your day down to where we pulled back and then looking for a lower high. No. You should be seeing that pullback as the higher low. That's a bullish higher low. It's not a bearish lower high coming back down. It's the exact opposite. And I think that's what gets a lot of people in intraday trading at least. And it can maybe be applied to bigger time frames as well. But intraday trading especially, I know in my community, as soon as we get a higher open, everybody's wanting to see, all right, where can I get the best puts at? Because everybody in my chat loves puts. But you got to be realistic, and we always tell each other, do it in order, right? So if we get the higher open, we're trying to hold over previous day highs. You need to be looking for here for upward pressure, not how can I see this draw back and then catch this fib and then try to get this to come back down. No, you need to be thinking about going up more, not down more. Until what? Until that invalidation, until we get the break of, the higher open or the previous day high supply, whatever it may be. That invalidation has to happen. So if I would say the only thing, and I don't like to preach like that either, like, oh guys, we're teaching you something nobody's ever taught you. I think I just go more in depth with what my information is, but I think many other people trade just like me. I'm not the first person to invent pre-market high, pre-market low. I'm not the first person to invent previous day high, previous day low. And I've never once said that. What I have been the person, though, is I have created structure for people to use this stuff in a system. If you're in between the previous day and you're under your pre-market high and you break that pre-market high, what is your first target, just logically thinking? The previous day high. If you break the pre-market low and you're inside that previous day, logically thinking, what should be your first target? That previous day low, or previous day close, previous day open, wherever those happen to be. But just these simple levels create such like a system for yourself. It almost like makes it impossible to not gamble. You should be looking at this as like, all right, it popped over pre-market high. I'm going to set my stop under, today's open or whatever this level is right underneath it. And then I'm going to aim for that previous day high. If it goes and hits it, all right, awesome. Take profits as it's approaching. Don't be OCD and take profit. Oh, it didn't hit 451.09. I didn't want to sell it. It hit 450 or it hit 451. Okay, perfect. Sell as the momentum is pushing towards your target, not as it's hitting it and then giving away. Because at that point, you have traders changing sentiment into thinking, okay, take profit. I'm switching to puts, whatever it may be. People just being hesitant, it could be, and that creates some of those IV stretches, those bigger pushes in IV where, oh my God, my contract has jumped 50%. And then it's like, oh, it's back down -20. It's like, that's IV. That's 100% IV. So I would say one thing I do differently from everybody else is just having an order to things, which it sounds like you have an order to things as well. You don't just, oh, there's a bearish candlestick at supply, let me grab puts. Like, okay, but what is that supply? Where did that come from? Being able to tell the story of the chart left to right. And then, I don't know how to word that really, but but doing things in order, the order. It's just an amazing thing to have.
100%.
But I would say that is definitely the one thing. But I'm definitely not the first person to ever say, levels and volume and supply and demand. I've never once said I've created this stuff. But we are one of the only groups that I feel like put it into a system to where it's following something in order, which that's, again, kind of ties to my point earlier. Most people fail because they don't have a system in place or structure or stability or a path ahead. They're just lost, and it's not their fault. They've never traded before. They've never understood what's correct, what's wrong. It's not really what's right or wrong. It's hard to depict that. So you really do have to, one, come up with your own system, whatever it may be, and then create rules behind it. So it's not just you're doing random things all the time. You need to be able to, every time this happens, I'm doing this every time. Every time this happens, I'm doing this every time. You need to be consistent. You need to be absolute with your system. Can't step away from it. Can't stray away. Because then you're creating too many of these, how do I say it? Non-constant variables. Or what am I looking for there? Non-constant variables. I guess that's correct. But things that aren't set in stone. If you're doing something the same way and then you get a different outcome, that's normal, right? But if you're doing different things every single time, you're of course going to get different outcomes because you're shotgunning your results everywhere. You're not doing the same thing over and over again. So I think that's just what people need to focus on is a routine, doing the same thing over and over and over again. Yep. It's as simple as that.
Agreed.
Yeah, moving variable. Thank you, D-Touch. Thank you, D-Land. I couldn't think.
Yeah, I'm going to send you a chart on Discord right now. I'm looking at Amazon right now,
awesome.
5 minute. So you can see what I'm seeing.
All right, guys. Here is
Broke above
Champion's chart.
143.2 today, and now it's a little bit of a pennant forming here. So I'm waiting to see which way that breaks.
Is that the 5 minute? That is the 5 minute. Okay.
Yep.
Ooh. Guys, look how well his chart lined up with mine.
Literally like almost the same exact level.
This is when I go to daily TFTA, this just means it's monthly emerging candles, so just my normal levels, but from the monthly,
Yep.
and then weekly supply and demand. I have like a system to it, so just the high of that move to the open of that green candle before the reversal. This was just an in between that was cheating, and then same thing here. So I only have 3 zones there actually. And then I go there, and yeah, that same one's there. That's crazy. But yeah, like you said, there's definitely some consolidation above that. I like the higher lows on it so far. So yeah, I definitely could get a pop to the upside as long as it looks like 143, 143.50s keep holding.
Yeah. Keeping an eye on that.
Awesome. See, guys, we don't just talk about movies in here. We're on stocks too. Now, it's good to joke around in here. I always try to make everyone goof off with each other a little bit here and there because it can definitely make you go a little
Lighten up the
crazy.
mood.
Yeah, you have to. I know you know how it is.
Yeah.
Damn, it's already been 50 minutes. That's crazy. It does not felt like that, man. That's a good thing.
Yeah, time flies, man. We're having a good time.
Yeah, you're the first official non-Bueller Buys guest I've ever had on a stream. This is
Oh man,
this is
what a
first.
privilege.
I've never done this before. I've had other traders ask me, but I just don't really vibe with who they are or the kind of things they teach.
Yep.
So I just didn't really appreciate it. But as soon as you hit me up, I was like, oh, hell yeah. We're definitely bringing him in. I'm also happy to hear we trade the same way. Seems like you like a lot of the same things too, so I'm honestly happy to bring you onto more streams in the future.
Yeah, it'd be great.
So how much are you on Twitter Spaces? How's the whole Twitter Space community?
It's tough, because a lot of my weekdays are I wake up and I do an hour or two of trading or live trading in my community, and then by that time I have to get ready to go to the floor. So there's not been a lot of time for me to be on Twitter Spaces. But they always treat me like a family, and that's really appreciated. I'm really close. Jordan Ace the Kid,
Mm-hmm.
really close with him. So yeah, it's cool to just hop on there whenever I have the time, and I think they're definitely one of the most solid groups out there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the groups got watered down over the past year to 2 years with everything that's happened. So I really think there's like a select few amount of people now that I still like to, interact with and stuff on Twitter. But for the most part, I'm one of those guys that just likes to do stuff on my own, and of course, prevents growth and stuff. But to me, it's
No,
more about
that's
just making sure I'm aligning with my values and sticking to that. So
that speaks levels to your character, man. Because it's not about looking cool or any of that shit or being popular. It's not about that. I'm just glad you're focused on you. That's the most healthy thing you can do, and I respect it. And that's probably why, no matter where you go, you'll be treated as family because people see it that way. They don't see you as like this salesman type kind of guy. You're just a guy trying to trade, trying to learn, trying to be as best as you can possibly be. And
yeah, I mean, realistically, I'm 21. I want to be doing this until I'm like 70, right? I really want to have longevity in this, and not just in trading itself. I'm sure that I'll be doing until I'm on my deathbed. But like, I want to like be able to help out other people as long as I can. I feel like a lot of people in this right now, it's a pretty hot scene right now. Everybody trying to build their own communities and stuff. For me, I just want to be that one guy that everybody, not, follows every single day, but, knows about and learns some stuff from for a long, long time. So, my all of my goals are very, very long term, and that's just how I go about things. I'm not trying to be the number one guy at anything. I'm just trying to learn as much as I can and share that with people whenever I do learn stuff. Um, and I'm sure in the next however many years, I'm going to be a completely different person with a completely different view on the markets and how I trade. So I just want to be able to kind of publicly show all of that. I think especially would be really cool, one day if I have a son or something, for him to go back and see the whole entire journey of that. Um, it would just be my way, I guess, of leaving a legacy, you know?
Us in 20, 30 years. Look, son, Amazon was $100 a share at one point.
Yeah, literally.
AMD was under 100. I swear I told you. It's funny.
And
No, I
taking my
respect that
dentures out
though.
at like 9 p.m. looking at charts. It'll be a great time.
Like, what's Tesla doing today? Russia, Ukraine still going on in 30 years from now. Energy crisis is through the roof. Costco owns half the planet. Idiocracy becomes a realistic thing. No, that's a joke. I hope that never happens. But no, that's
Still
awesome, man. I
looking at
fuck with that.
Amazon
Just
here.
trying to be the best you. I like that.
Exactly.
I'm gonna watch it with you. I'm kind of tired looking at Spy.
Looks like it's getting towards the top of this pennant now.
I'm actually gonna rechart my day trading chart for it while we're watching it. I like the discretionary sector too. I feel like it's kind of slept on a little bit because it's like a late tech sector in my head. Like tech can rally and then healthcare will sometimes go with it, but whenever healthcare slows down and tech's still going, that's the time that discretionary most of the time rips up more. And that's the
Yeah,
days that Tesla's up like 3%, Amazon's up like 4%. It's those are some of those incredible days.
those days.
Yeah, we like sectors in here too. We're addicted to the top 5 sectors, especially of SPY, tech, healthcare, banks, discretionary comms. But we love sector rotation in here. Just looking at it because it's so cool. Like I always teach people this little. This is just how my brain works, but I always tell them just draw this line, and have it like a timeline. And then
Yep.
if you have like 8 of your 10 sectors up at all-time highs, then they should be up on this part of the timeline, right? And then if you have a couple that are just kind of in the middle and then a couple that are at the bottom, you could essentially say these are lagging, this is kind of just in a median, and that these are leading. And then you could start to just kind of, that's just good awareness, And then if you have like something big happen on the market, what's going to pull back the most? The one that's already at all-time lows, the one that's at the median, or the ones that are at all-time highs? The ones that are at all-time highs because they have the highest amount of, or they have the most movement underneath them. So they have the most advantageous amount of movement to go. And it's just nice to know that or have that in the back of your head at certain times. But that can
Yeah,
be kind of addicting to do.
absolutely.
I'm glad you like patterns too, man. I love, we're addicted to candlestick patterns in here. You said soldier pattern, and I was like, oh my god, he actually reads candlesticks because nobody reads the soldier pattern. I feel like it's such a slept on
Yeah,
pattern.
100%. It's weird. I find myself now, like 4 years into this, going back to a lot of like, the basic stuff I learned, like support resistance and candlestick patterns and stuff, and really looking at them now in a much more advanced view. Because at the time, you just learn the basic ones and you kind of move on pretty quickly because it's not that hard to understand.
Hmm.
But once you actually like, get some years in the game and really start to grow your system, to go look back at them and refine them, that's made a huge difference for me. Just going back to the foundation, just making sure that it's solid. Um, that's helped me out a lot this year because I kind of just learned them and again, like still use them, but didn't really continue learning about them. And you can learn a lot yourself, even regardless of reading books and looking at what other people are saying.
Hmm.
Just implementing them yourselves, you can see how does this work for me, and that's really helped me out a lot recently, actually. Just restudying the basics, but in a more literal sense of seeing them on charts and then watching what they do
More in
and kind
depth,
of
not
back testing
just
them
not
like
just like a
mentally.
surface level, but like more in depth, compared to the first time when you first viewed them. I like that. I like
Exactly.
that. Way more detailed. I feel like I kind of had a similar thing happen. Actually, as soon as you said that, I thought of there's a trader who just passed away. His name was Stephen Bigelow, but he was the person that probably like I never learned the candlesticks from a single. I never had a mentor or anything like that. I just loved looking at candlesticks, the patterns, like the rule sets of them. I just thought that was neat that there was actually like rules behind them and like what to follow once it happens. I thought that was interesting. And then two, when I started listening to his videos and following, because I try my best not to listen to as many traders as I can, but if there's that guy that I'm like, damn, this guy is woke, like he knows what he's talking about, I will listen to that man until I'm done with his content. And he passed away, but he always talked about the historical accuracy of Japanese rice traders. He always talked about like how this stuff came to be. These people would literally draw on a board with their hands manually what the price did that day. They would write down what the print was, what the close was, the open, the high, the low, all that stuff, and they would create patterns on a little board that they're manually writing down. And
Wow.
that's how candlestick patterns came to be. And I was just mind blown. I was like, wait, You're telling me this thing that my computer can get all this data and track for me, plot it on a screen. These people were doing all of that manually, and then doing what we're doing now, using that for analysis to catch trades. That blew my mind. Japanese rice traders are the craziest, coolest subject to ever talk about when you're talking about candlestick patterns.
I mean, looking back, I think there's a lot of people. Richard Wyckoff is one of the main ones I've studied, but there's so many, like, a lot of this was a thing like a century ago. And instead of it being on charts, they were literally printing out pieces of paper and using pencils and pens to do technical analysis. I think it's like the coolest thing
That
ever.
is so genius. And like, I think
There's actually a
people,
couple people I've seen still do that, and I think it's amazing. I want to try it out.
that's amazing. Because I don't think people understand like how in depth that is. Like you're the network of like Thinkorswim or whatever. Like that's doing all this for me. But then to go do it yourself, and then to also go beyond that and like try to like make a pattern out of it, or to get like some sort of plan around that. That is just the most amazing thing. I always find that to be super impressive.
Absolutely.
You
You
see,
should. I don't know if you're familiar with Jesse Livermore, but you should definitely go look at his stuff. He's got one of the craziest stories I've ever seen from a trader.
I definitely have heard of the name because everybody loves giving me some breakdowns. But I do. Which one would you recommend me?
There's this. I'll try to send you the link, but there's this one YouTube video which is like a documentary on his life, and I think this was around like the 1920s or something. But just a quick summary is like he made and lost a fortune like 10 times,
My
and he was
God.
probably one of the smartest traders ever, but he was a gambler at heart. So he would, pretty much put his whole entire net worth into his trades. And this was at the point where they would do bucket shop trading, if you're familiar with that.
Oh my God.
Um, so they would literally walk into like these little stores, um, and trade based on like little lines on the wall and stuff. And it's like many, many versions of the trading floor back in the day. And he ended up actually getting banned from most of them because he was just way too smart and they didn't like it.
Oh my
Um,
God.
and yeah, and everybody started figuring out who he was on Wall Street. He made a bunch of connections, and it just shows like the highest highs of this game, but also the lowest lows of this game. Um, I don't want to spoil it. If anybody wants to go see the story themselves, go check it out. But if you do want to see yourself, like mute whatever stream you're watching right now on whatever device you're using right now for like 10 seconds. All right, now not to make it a little bit too deep, but he ended up hitting such a low low. I think he divorced his wife or something. It was one of the points in which he went broke, and the end of the story was he basically killed himself. Um, and it is just the craziest story I've ever seen
I'm
from a
honestly kind of
trader.
interested now. I do want to watch this now. I'm gonna watch it after my stream's over,
Yeah,
probably.
that would be
That's
actually a
interesting.
great thing for you to like just watch and like react to while you're streaming, honestly.
Oh, really? Okay. Maybe we'll do that at the end. Here, yeah. I'll go get it after. Or are you gonna link me?
Yeah, let me send you the link.
Okay, bet.
What's
Yeah, I'll
up,
do
Seek
that.
in the chat? I see you. Seek's one of the main mods in my community.
Oh yeah, I actually
Great
meant to
guy.
talk to you about him. I saw he had like your name in his bio, and I was like, okay. I was like, I can trust this Zeke guy. I was like, he's got champions 5 minutes. Like as
Yeah.
soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, he's got the gang tattoo. We're good. I actually just sent him a video for him, like, 'cause me and him kind of been talking here and there, but he's a badass guy, man. You're lucky to have him. Seriously, it's so hard to find people like Zeke. I would say Zeke in my community is D Touch. That's my D Touch. D Touch Clutch. He's a
Okay.
super amazing guy. But there's people just like that in my community too. And so as soon as I saw Zeke, I was like, okay, we're taking him in. He's just super cool and nice. And yeah, he
Yeah,
says
he's a
nothing
good guy.
great things but about you. So no drama there. I won't tell him
Just
what
all
you
right.
said in private, Zeke.
Trust him. Let's see. All right, I just sent you the link for the Livermore thing whenever you wanna
Okay,
watch
awesome.
that.
Yeah, I'll check it out towards the end of the stream. I want to give you as much time as you want because we're just chilling, we're vibing. Spy's still doing
Oh,
actually creating lower highs now. That's something.
yeah, starting to pull back a little bit here.
I'll ask him here in a minute, Shadow. Wow, I'm I click on that 15 minute. We're just still inside of that candle. One time we left, but it wicked back up.
do see Mr. Shadow in the chat. Can you talk more about being on the NYSE floor? A good resource to find out what goes on down there. Um, it's a mix of a lot of things. I don't think it definitely is not the same thing it used to be. They used to have like 3 huge rooms for trading. There used to be thousands of trader on the floor at any given time. And anybody could walk in. After 9/11, they started making it private for security, and then after COVID, a lot of other people stopped going in. So it's watered down a lot now. It's kind of empty half the time. But pretty much whoever is there is very important, and it's not a lot of literal trading activity. I'd say it's a mix of 3 things. One is just the exchange stuff. So, there's all the NYSE stocks. Whenever there's IPOs or direct listings and stuff like that, that's all being managed. Another part to it is simply just press. That's where they do the bell. That's where you have CNBC. A lot of interviews take place there. There have been so many people, even since I've been there, that have just randomly been there. The CEO of BlackRock, Jamie Dimon
What?
from Chase. Yeah, it's every single day there's somebody, really important just walking around there. So a lot of it is media, actually. But from the more literal sense, it's not necessarily actual trading. I can't speak for everyone and I don't know everything, but a lot of it is brokering, which simply means buying and selling for a lot of money for different clients. So there's firms on the floor doing that. And then the other large part to it is market makers. So you have Citadel and GTS with actual presence on the floor, balancing out the markets. And some people might get upset when I say this, but from everything I've seen, and this is always like a hot take, especially in the trading community, and I'm not speaking about anything specifically like GameStop or AMC, but they're simply just there to do their job. I actually remember the first time I was there on a tour before I was interning, we literally asked them, are you screwing over retail traders? And they don't even see NYSE, from what they told me, allegedly, they don't even see the orders being placed by retail traders. They're simply just trying to balance out the stock market so it's naturally tradable. And yeah, it's
No,
just pretty much a mix of brokering and market making.
that's a great take, because this is exactly what I tell everybody in here. I tell everybody this. I don't care how much you complain or cry about big money. Market makers are a needed evil, whatever the hell you want to call them. I don't care, but they are in need. If you guys go watch the Hummingbird Project, you will understand what I'm saying with one movie.
Oh, I love that movie with the high frequency and everything.
Yes, it's
Yes,
an
it's a great
amazing
movie.
movie, because it shows you, like, you're not just straight up buying an option or a stock. Like, someone's buying it before you, selling it to you for 3 cents on the dollar, right? But they're doing that so many times a day. But it's a needed thing. It has to be
Yeah,
regulated. It has
it
to be
creates the liquidity, it
balanced.
creates the balance. Yep.
Exactly. Without them,
Um,
we don't trade. You don't get your executions
yeah,
as
and of
fast.
course, like you might not be getting the best preferred fills and everything, but it helps you trade in general. The thing is, like, the matter of the fact is they don't care about retail traders trading 100 shares. It's not really affecting their business. It's not doing much for them. But obviously, when there's more crazier speculative moments in the market, where there is, and that definitely has been a large part of the case since pretty much the post-COVID crash, retail traders, and it's a fact, retail traders have become very, very important in the market. And big money did not look at retail traders even 10% of how much they look at them now until the past 3 years. And that's what kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. What all of us are doing, creating this movement of, hey, we can trade too, we can learn this game too, that's really making a name for itself now. And there are so many people I've seen on the floor that have Twitter up every single day looking at what the common people are talking about. And that's why I said, like, bridging the gap is so huge. Having both sides of it is amazing. But yeah, it's been a great time there. I've met a lot of amazing people, learned so much. I really have nothing bad to say.
Man, that's incredible.
Um,
Seriously, I love seeing, like,
yeah.
hearing this, because this is like an amazing, like, perspective on the New York Stock Exchange. I feel like no one ever hears about. Like, you
And
go on the
honestly, it
internet,
wouldn't have
and
been
it
the
gets
same
like
thing.
this.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been the same thing maybe even 5 years ago. But like I said, now we're actually getting to the point where they're showing a lot more respect to the retail traders. And I even think some retail traders are starting to understand the game more. And the more you understand it, the more you start to think. Stop worrying about who might be against you. Just start worrying about yourself as the only competition. Once you
100%.
have no other competitors except for yourself, then the sky is your limit. And that goes, like we said earlier, for like everything. Any sort of craft you're in, forget about what everybody else is doing. Just focus on yourself and keep doing as good as you can. That's really what it is about. Yes, there's going to always be people that want to profit off of your losses in any industry, but you really can't give them too much of your brain power. Your brain power, your energy, that's everything. So only really save it for yourself.
Don't feed into the noise. Don't feed into the drama. Don't feed into random directions. Don't feed into that stuff. Feed into yourself. Feed into your system, focusing on being better each and every day. I always tell everyone this. Don't say your day was good or bad because of your profit and loss. Say, how was your day, good or bad, based on how well did you trade with your system, or whatever you were focused on, whatever your plan might have been for the day. Did you stick to it? Then you had a great day. It has nothing to do with, well, this guy at Sniper Trader 204080 on Twitter was telling me that this was a dumb trade. Like, okay, fuck what Sniper Trader says. It's not about that guy on Twitter. It's not about this or that. It's
That's the thing.
cut out
Like
the
have,
noise.
yeah, like you said, like have good losses. I'd rather have 5 good losses where I understand how I lost, I accept how I lost, and it was just simply a matter of probability. I'd rather have 5 of those good losses in a row than one bad loss where I literally just didn't follow my system and that's why I lost.
Blow a percentage
Because
of
as
your
long as you
account
have a
and
good
it doesn't make
system,
sense.
yeah, you're always going to be able to recover that. But when you're starting to go outside of your system, then the losses really become something else, and it psychologically changes how you're going to approach your next trade, and that's not what you want.
Man,
And
that's
it
so
sucks
cool.
that the market's like this right now on the one day we're together. But like you said, we could definitely do
Hey,
this a lot more. Hopefully, when there's more movement.
we're definitely gonna do this again. I'm glad to have you in any of these. Anytime you want to join in here, man, just hit me up. We don't have to schedule this shit. Just hit me up. It's open door to you. You're one of the few people I'm willing to just leave the door open for.
Thank you, man. And likewise, same to you. Whenever you want to hop on
Oh
mine,
hell
you're more than
yes,
welcome.
I'm definitely jumping in some of yours. Gotta do some collabs now. I'm just happy to have someone to collab with. Honestly, it's kind of hard to find someone that you like. Not even just trust. It's just hard to
Agreed.
find someone that you don't think is a piece of shit, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And then someone who trades in a way that makes sense. Like, I don't even hate on people that trade systems I don't understand. Like, you want to trade TTM squeeze, EMA systems, Bollinger Bands, Keltner channels. I don't care. Do it. Like, whatever. Stick to it. But limit yourself to it. Don't sit here and be like, well, last year I traded Keltner channels. This year I'm trading Bollinger Band. Next year I'm probably going to be on TTM squeeze. Like, stop jumping around. Stick to a system. It doesn't matter if it's bad or not. It's how well do you stick to it. It's really what it comes down to. Now, it is nice to have a good strategy, of course. Don't just trade some weak shit, but it's nice to have someone that we can bring in here whenever we want now. And if you guys have any other questions for Champion Vibe, this is the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me know in the chat, everyone. I love seeing all the members in here.
Yeah, I made it on subscription mode today to where like anybody who's subscribed can message today. Normally I'll leave it on just members, but
Yep.
today I thought why not. But it seems like yeah, everybody's here today. It's nice to see. Oh, that's a good question, Daffy. So Daffy's another amazing guy in my community. He's one of my favorite moderators. I have a lot of favorite moderators. I'm kind of biased with my own people. But Daffy, he says, does big money watch the dollar? Like you know how the normal representation is that the dollar and the equity market are not opposites, but do have pressure against each other. He's asking, does big money or do hedge funds even look at that stuff? Do they even look at the dollar and how it might move against or with the markets?
Absolutely. In 2 different ways. One, in general, most people, if they're managing a lot of money, they have to have a decent understanding of all parts of the market. Um, and that's not something I even expected. I thought it was just going to be purely stocks when I got in there. But, I've heard so many different people talking about bonds, talking about currencies.
Commodities.
One of my summer projects was literally, well, 2 of them. One of them was looking at Forex pairs, and then the other one was looking at ADRs, which are like the international stocks that are listed here, like BABA and stuff.
Oh,
And
okay.
that's not what I was, I thought it was just going to be stocks, but once you really understand the game, all of this affects stocks. And that's why I like to talk about it. I talk about all of these markets as well. So yeah, absolutely. They literally, keep up with it on their Bloombergs and everything. And then there's algos for everything at this point. And these algos are definitely considering, I can't speak for certain people, but there are 100% out there algos that are pairing what the dollar is doing against the SPY and all those different variations. So yes, those are very important things to look at.
That was a good question, Daffy. Because yeah,
Another one, are
bonds are
you bullish
important.
on FSR? I am bullish on FSR. Long term, I love that company, but I can't lie, the chart has been a falling knife. and there's not really any patterns or support on it right now. So it's hard for me to give any sort of like a technical thing on the daily saying like, it's gonna reverse right here. I don't know when it's going to reverse, but I do believe that it's going to be a lot higher than $2 one day. I just, I can't be exact on any of that. I don't know when it's going to be much higher. It's just one, it's like that company for me. I'm sure you all have that one company where, you have that more long-term approach on it. And, sometimes it might disappoint you in the short term, like I am a little bit right now for Fisker. But I tweeted this out yesterday, and this is not everything, but they have about 600 million cash on hand,
Oh, I
and the
did see
market
those tweets
cap.
the other day. I was literally talking about you on stream yesterday.
Yeah, the market cap's under a billion now with 600 million cash in hand. And I think a large part of what people are not understanding, particularly with Fisker, is that they are currently in their most aggressive growth stage. It is not easy for a company, which is essentially like a startup in the stock market, to go ahead and put cars, which are very expensive products, especially in a tough supply chain, on the road. So I think that the valuation right now is, I wouldn't even know if I would say it's like insane, but I think it's the most direct valuation it's ever seen. So
No, that's
long
it.
term, I have good hopes for it, but short term, gotta wait to see for like a double bottom or a pattern because it is a falling knife for right now.
I like your reasoning though. I mean, you're making very clear it's not about technicals right now. It's still just kind of trying to find its balance. But
Yeah, and
but
that's coming from a technical trader.
yeah, exactly. And I like that too because I try to tell people too when you look at EVs or any kind of car company in general, it's not about like it's sometimes not even about the cars. It's how expensive everything is. Like, I don't think people understand how expensive it is to not just make the vehicle, but to make the machines that make the machines that make the vehicle. The mass manufacturing aspect of things is very expensive. And Fisker is one of those companies that doesn't just have cash on hand, but they also have some of these factories already set up. It's not something they're having to like reinvest in. It's like, oh God, we gotta make new factories for this and that. All these Saudi Arabia country EV companies that started, all of those are through the floor. Why is that? Because they don't have factories, they don't have mass manufacturing. It doesn't matter that you have $500 billion if you don't have a factory that literally makes the vehicles. And that's the hardest part with these companies is mass manufacturing. It's the hardest, most expensive part to get over. Elon himself complained about it. So I like your reasoning though
Yeah,
on FSR, and that's not a bad
yeah.
potential look in the long term. I like it.
I talk about it a lot. I think the main thing that a lot of people don't really understand is that, I might be talking about this like once a week for the next however many years, but
Mm-hmm.
my overall view on this is like a decade away.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the stuff I do is short term.
Your outlook
So
is a
it
lot
does get a little bit
farther.
confusing when most of the times I'm talking about stocks, I'm talking short term. This is like one of those stocks where every time I talk about it, my mind's like 10 years in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And
No,
again,
that's good.
that's why you have to understand that, especially when you're investing in anything. You might have a 10-year outlook, but remember the price, like you said, is probably going to trade based on like an outlook for the next 4 to 5 months. So
I
you
like
have to
that. I
remember
like
that
that.
as well.
No, that's how you need
Um,
to approach it because you can't and because that now you're not marrying your idea even though you have I guess technically married your idea but you haven't at the same time because you're not sitting here
yeah,
going every single day I have to sit here and see what it's doing every single day I have to think it's going up like no you're not thinking that you're already kind of
yeah,
expecting this is going to be ugly for a while but maybe down the road this will build some higher lows build some base some
yeah.
good consolidation and
Your
it'll be
analysis,
value.
and yeah, you have to be able to separate the analysis and execution. I'm looking at Fisker every single day. I'm not trading it every single day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just keeping up to date with it because long term I have a view on it, and that's really all it is. I see some other stuff in here. Timmy, are liquidity sweeps a real thing? Um, it depends on which sense you're asking that. I mean, yes, they are a real thing. You need liquidity in the market, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad thing. I feel like that has a very negative connotation, not from you specifically, but from just most
Just in
people.
general.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally you have to fill up liquidity for stocks to move in certain ways, and there's a lot of books on this actually. Once you actually start to understand it, you can use it to your advantage. If you go on Google and just look up the composite man or the composite operator, there's a whole psychology around understanding how these things work and how you can spot them before they happen. Um, and the literal sense of that, I'm sure a lot of you have heard about it, is Wyckoff accumulation and Wyckoff distribution. That's how you can spot when liquidity sweeps are happening. I'm not trying to sound too crazy here, but a downside liquidity sweep is called a spring, and then an upside liquidity sweep is called an upthrust. And you can actually find those within trading ranges. Like literally looking at your SPY chart right now on the 5 minute, that like dip you had below 449, that would be called a spring. You sprung under, now you're back in your trading range. And then that high you had at 451.38 would be called an upthrust. And those are not necessarily bad things, but the more you understand them, the more you can use them to your advantage.
I think another thing too, interesting you say that, like they bring it down. You called it a spring right here.
Yep.
It's interesting that you say that too, because like they bring it. Yes, they do break a level. They do make a new recent low, but they keep it at a higher low trend towards like it's still logical that it could get bought up here. Vice versa
Yeah,
for
the
here
simplest
too.
way to look at these things is just did it back test, right? When
Hmm.
you broke above 451, did it flip it into a support? No. When you broke above 449, did it flip it into a resistance? No. So
That is
therefore,
the
as long as you can
best
get back above it, it's now your
explanation I
support.
have ever heard in my entire life.
It's really that simple, you
It's
know?
that simple. Thank you. That was like the cleanest, most simple, broken down way. That I always say, try to dumb it down as much as you can because that's how you truly understand something. It's not about if you can make money off of it. It's can you explain this to a 10-year-old? Can you reiterate this 3 different ways? And he literally just said the same thing 5 different ways and broke it
Yep.
down a further extent each time he said it. That was
As I'm
beautiful.
sure a lot of you can tell just how I've been talking in the past hour, a lot of what I do is just use analogies. I just find it the best way for me to teach. Because if you can relate to something, then people will be able to grasp it, in my opinion, a little bit quicker. I try to relate like everything I'm saying to something else. I try to use examples, analogies. Probably
And
that's just the way that I learned when I was in school, and that's just, for some people it helps, maybe for some it doesn't, but I'm sure you're in the same
no,
boat where
I
you
was gonna
teach based
say
on how you would learn, how you would like to learn.
you make me feel not crazy because I feel like I do the same thing, and I'm like always telling my community, I'm not crazy, guys. It's just the analogy. This is how my brain works. Like I swear to God, I'm not crazy. And if I am crazy, it's in a good sense. No, I'm so glad you said that,
Yeah,
man. That's a really awesome way to say that. You could truly see though, like we don't bring other traders in here. So like hearing this from you, it's like they're still hearing me, but like in a more professional tone. Like you're breaking this down in different ways. So it's really nice to hear it over and over and over again, but in a better broken down manner. I like that a lot because that makes so much sense, with the terms and everything you're talking about here. Because we talk
yeah,
about that too.
absolutely.
You don't just look for the 40% entry is just an open range breakout, 80% entry is just a retest, and we always say like you can't just look for the 40%. 40% being out of 100% of probability, that's how much it's going to keep going. So it's not super high probability. 80% would be like you said, if they did hold this, turned it into an SNR flip, and then bam, okay, well now we have 80% probability that as long as they're holding this level, they should continue to this recent high, to whatever other levels past that, and then so on from there.
Exactly.
But having a routine to things, having a system to things, like you and me keep saying, we keep coming back to that. We keep coming back to doing things in order, doing things over and over again in the same sense you've been doing them. Therefore, when you do something wrong, that's what the mistake was. It wasn't because the market makers flushed you. It has nothing to do with market makers. Don't sit there and blame that. And that's something big I'm an advocate on as well, without even knowing some of the stuff you said today. So I'm really happy that I've been telling people, don't bitch about that stuff. You shouldn't be sitting here going, oh, liquidity sweep, market maker this, market maker that. Quit crying. Focus on the price action, because that's
100%.
that's just noise. I'm so glad
And
you,
you
you
should
said
you
that though.
should go out of your way to understand it. But after you understand it, then there's no point of it still being in your head,
Hmm.
right? Then you're just complaining at that point, and the less you complain, the better. Just focus on the tools you have, what you can do, and don't worry about what's out of your control.
And you said to look
As
up
long as you understand it.
the Composite Man by Ronald.
It's by Wyckoff.
Oh,
I can
Wyckoff.
actually send you a perfect
Oh,
link to
oh, right
that.
here. Yeah, Wyckoff. I always call it the wrong word. Clearly, I'm saying it
Yeah, I
wrong.
just send you my favorite like article about it.
Okay, cool, cool, cool. All right, I'm pinning both of these because these are things I'm doing today. Awesome.
And I'm not sure if it's pronounced. All right, Pepples. Champ, I'm also 19 in trading. Did you deal with any pushback for pursuing trading, and how did you deal with it? I'll be honest with you. I really haven't dealt with much pushback, but that's actually for a reason. This is probably some good advice for a 19-year-old. I would not let anybody who's giving me pushback to follow my dreams be in my life. And that, who you surround yourself with is everything. If you're in college or whatever, or you're hanging out with your friends and they're making fun of your dreams, like those just, I'm not saying to not be friends with them, but go find other people you can also be friends with, that have similar dreams or just big goals. You got to have really good people around you. And it honestly, this is probably the first year of my life where I finally feel like I have a solid like personal squad around me. And yeah, so I would say no. Thankfully, my parents have been very supportive of all of this, because those would be like the two people I would not be able to have outside of my life if they didn't support it. Because a large part of why I trade is just watching my dad trade stocks. Not that's like his main thing, but just seeing him doing it as a hobby, I wanted to learn more about it. So just find good people around you, and you're really not going to be in a situation where people are giving you pushback. And if you have people constantly giving you pushback, like, don't be mean to them or anything, but don't let it like stick with you. Just be like, okay, I understand where you're coming from, but I'm just gonna keep doing me. So that's really how I look at it.
That's good advice. Sound advice. Vanessa, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Guys, Tobias, Robert, Jake, Earl, and SK, make sure to thank Vanessa for that. That is not just her gifting $25 to the channel. That is 5 of you getting access to over 80 videos on the channel. So make sure you guys go check that out. It's not just videos, there's watch lists, kind of awesome breakdowns in there as well, text stuff. So make sure you guys go check that out. Tobias just joined the stream and gets that membership. Good stuff, man. Tobias, how is it over there in, you're in Germany, right? I feel like I always get this wrong. Got some international traders in here.
Love it.
He said it's effing cold. Amsterdam, okay. It's effing cold. Yeah, I bet, man, that north wind coming in. He's like, what north wind? We are the north. And yeah, guys, super big shout out to Champion Vibe. Again, make sure you type in Champion Vibe on YouTube. Go subscribe to him. Go turn on those alerts. Make sure you guys are subbed to him and have his updates, because honestly, we're going to be bringing him on in here more. And yeah, I love everything he talks about.
Thank you, man.
I have yet to have a single experience on any of your information you posted on Twitter or anything where I'm just like, what the hell is this guy talking about? I love all your posts. You have awesome sound advice. You're clearly not looking to like get into this and change the lives for the worse. You're here to change lives for the better and really leave a mark on the game. I like that for the long term too, and that's something I can respect, and I'll die for that kind of person, dude. So glad to have you on here.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you for having me. I do have to go get lunch now.
Understand.
But yeah, it was a great time, great talk. Thank you everyone in the chat. Make sure you hit the like button on Bueller's stream. Have a great day, everyone, a great weekend, and I'm sure I'll see all of you soon. So
you definitely will be seeing him again, guys. Thank you again, man.
Have a good
Best
one.
speaker we've ever had. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it, man. All right, see ya.
Yo, I am so dumb. When he left, I almost ended the stream. I was almost like, all right, guys, see ya. Yo, round of applause, guys. That was kind of nervous for me because I don't bring speakers onto here. I hate bringing other traders in here because I don't ever understand what the hell they're going to say. I don't trust most of them. But Champion is someone I've been around for a few years now. We've kind of talked a little bit more and more over the years. And there's a lot of really good friends in between us. Like Ace the Kid's probably the biggest friend in between us because of Ace growing from... I mean, he learned from my course, but I'm never going to take credit from Ace. And then him, of course, being friends with this guy and everybody meeting up with each other. So it's just cool to have other traders to talk to that are on the same wavelength, not looking to hurt or anything, but looking to help others. I like that. And also we can have some more entertaining streams. And yes, I will turn the music back on, so you don't just hear my boring voice the whole time. But guys, thank you. Let me know, guys, how was that? Did you guys enjoy that? I never do that. That's the first time we've ever done anything like that, bringing someone in here as a speaker. Normally it's just my friends like Devin, Daffy, everyone from chat. But an outside speaker, never done it before. That was the first one. And hopefully we can get some other big names in here too. I've had some other people on my little list. But let me know, how was that, guys? Seriously, I want some honest opinions. That was a lot of fun. I think it was cool too because he's someone who's in line with what we look at. It's not like he's coming in here and dropping outside variables that we've never heard of. Like, he's coming in here and he's dropping probably just more refined information, if anything, and I really appreciate that. And it does kind of suck. We got a really boring day when he's in here, but I think it was also perfect timing that the market was just kind of sitting here while we got to talk and chill with you guys, because I feel like that was just a really good opportunity to just get information out. And this might be one of the best Friday streams just because of having Champion Vibe in here. He's so eloquent, and also I didn't even like hype that part of it up. But it's cool having the fact that he's a New York Stock Exchange intern in here and can give you guys the actual facts of what's going on the professional side of things. Which you guys know me, I say there's no such thing as pro traders. I mean social media. There is of course professional hedge funds and all that good stuff. So I hope you guys didn't think that's what I meant. But that was very awesome. That was very awesome, and I cannot wait to have him part of more streams. Hopefully, I'll go join some of his streams as well. I can get you guys to come join his as well. But that was awesome. It was relieving for me. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, exactly. Screw the market. We just want to talk. The market is so slow, and there still is lid content. Catching the last part of it and sounded smart, but well done, dude. Yeah, you can check it out later, Tobias. I would check it out if I was you, because he is someone who is going to have an amazing future ahead of him. I have no doubt in my mind. I can't join other streams. I'm locked into BB system. That's my boy. It kind of sucks, too, because his Amazon idea was actually sound. I actually like his breakdown with Amazon holding 143s pretty much. It just kind of sucked it's not going anywhere. Then again, you know, what is... Alright, so I guess that could be y'all's homework. Somebody find me a chart that's moving. Google moved pretty well. Meta's looking really good. Meta and Amazon are kind of good high or low charts that are building above good levels. I would watch both Amazon and Meta. Amazon from Champion, of course. Awesome, awesome. AMD. Oh, yeah. What the hell am I doing? My bad, Daffy, my bad. Yeah, they're breaking above previous day high supply, and they seem to be holding it short term. We'll see if this continues. Good job, Daffy. Cat? Oh, yeah, Cat is running, isn't it? I do remember that because D-Touch brought it up early on. Netflix. Okay, you're all passing the homework. We got some charts that have moved. DE. Yeah, DE's not looking bad. Let me go to the daily so we're not looking at a bunch of 5-minute candles real quick. Yeah, that's not looking bad. They got earnings on the way, so be careful with the IV picking back up soon. PanW, that's a good one. Palo Alto with earnings a couple days ago. They seem to be bouncing from a good area of support, too. V is winding its way to new highs. No way. Whew. Wow. Good find. So y'all did have some charts on the burners y'all weren't telling me about. Not so common on Adobe. Oh yeah, they're stuck inside of the 2 day ago candle. Nice. As well as their previous candle. Man, what a great Friday stream, and it's only 11. DK and G. DraftKings is moving too? Wow. Instant follow. Good stuff. Thank you, Alexis. I truly do see Champion as a friend. I don't really see him as like a content creator we're doing work with. I really do see him as a friend. So definitely drop him a sub. He wasn't kidding though about the he was talking about YouTube streaming at the beginning. He's not joking about that. I've seen a huge change in what they called YouTube streamers. They're going to crypto more. It's so weird. Which I'm not hating, whatever. To each his own. But it is random. Alright, hold up. I have to add his channel to here. Edit section. I'll put him right under Jake. I always give Jake the top spot. One day we're gonna get Jake in here, I swear. It's gonna happen. One day. Oh, make sure y'all check out those memes I posted. These are actually kind of like, they're old from my Instagram page, but this one had me laughing. I'm getting cooked. Alright, let's go back to this time frame. Oh, my bad. No, let's go to Dat Nunu so you guys can get the full view of what's going on. And they are popping back above today's open after failing to really reject and push away from it. Bulls are still in control. Spy pushing previous day high. Great call out. Moderna Rippy. Spy, give us that pop. Everybody seems to be on the same page. Good stuff. He speaks like spreading butter on toast. This guy will be someone at 30. Oh, yeah. 100%. He already is someone at 21 in my eyes. So Champion Vibe has nothing but the sky ahead of him. Up 20% on USO, $71 call, November 24th expiration. Nice. Okay, you're trading some energy tickers. Good stuff, Alexis. Are you watching for that to continue pushing next week? Do you think some of the momentum from this week and last week are going to carry into next week as well, Alexis, for energy sector? Daffy, feel free to answer this as well. I know you look at sectors as much as me. If not, probably more than me. Well, let me know. Do y'all think that energy momentum is going to keep picking up, or do y'all think that's going to slow down soon? Would love to see a higher close on target on the upside of the daily inside bar. We back in wellness music at 6 p.m. here, dude. I will sleep on my desk with this stuff on. Pre-dinner dip too strong. Thank you, Tobias. All the way from Amsterdam. He's chilling with us. Thank you. I'm glad to see your name again, Tobias. It kind of felt like a while, man. I missed you. Mel, how's your trading today, Mel? I didn't see... Did you take any trades today, Mel? I'm just checking on you. Alexis is always on fire. Personally getting into oil next month. Okay, okay. He's waiting for November to end. I respect it. I respect it. It is black gold. You are correct. It's okay, Jack. You can get to it next time. You got one for 49%. That's my boy, Mel. That's my boy. Good job, Mel. So much work, dude. I did not open my broker for half the way down. Took some on the way up. Damn. Do you still do those trades with your brother, Tobias? It was your brother or your cousin? I couldn't remember, or something like that. One of your family members you were doing trades with where you would both leverage into it. Are you still going for some of those like teamwork trades? I don't really know what to call it. Now you're cash and chilling it again? Awesome. Ready to do some more damage. I like it. Only 10% up on Moderna 85 called December 1st. Nice, Alexis. Okay, so you have multiple plays going. You have been talking about Moderna for a bit. I'll look at that here in a second. And then we'll do USO. Remind me, Alexis. We'll do USO and Moderna. I'll look at both. Rajat, man. Happy to have you back. He said, feels good to be back in the Bueller stream. We're glad to have you here. How have you been, Rajat? Rajat. Probably saying your name wrong both ways. Just wanted to say, Champion Vibe was lit. Thank you, Bueller, for protecting our psyche from fakes and bringing a guy like Champion on the stream. You're a blessing. Dude, trust me, I'm beyond proud of myself for bringing him in here because I wanted the first guest in here to be special, and it was. I got to bring someone in here who lives on the New York Stock Exchange floor, bro. That's cool. And we'll be talking to him a lot more. Brother, he took 980% on the way down on a 6... Oh my god! Was he telling you all this while you were just chilling outside of your broker? Damn, this music is loud. Oh my god, Tobias. Good for your brother, man. I'm happy for him. I've honestly been thinking about you guys. I'm not gonna lie. I know I don't know his name. I know I don't know y'all that well, but I was thinking about y'all and y'all's trades because I thought that was just really cool. Y'all working together to find those trades. That's funny, though. You're, like, logged out of your broker, just chilling, trying to relax, working your ass off, and then he's over here making bank on the move down. That's funny. Definitely need to see more of him, and you definitely will, Maddie. Definitely will. Anybody who's ever worked around me or has ever done collab work with me will tell you, you know, I treat my people right. It's as long as you treat me right. I don't I don't just give and no take. It was super interesting. Timed it perfectly with the slowdown day. Good job. I know that really was perfectly timed, wasn't it? And now that he's gone, look, everything's moving again. Like, what the hell? I still like his Amazon idea. I still like the meta idea I was looking at. I like both of those charts for short-term upside, as long as those levels hold. I think it was 333 in validation for meta, and for Amazon it was 143s. Yeah, 143, 144s. I still like both of those. SPY making a new high of day. See if we can hold it and push further. Real quick, guys, I'm going to go grab a water. Don't go anywhere. Drop a like on the stream. Keep dropping some updates. I got to go grab a water or my voice is going to go out. Alright, I'm here. We are ready to go. Got some crisp, cold water. Cool. Alright. What are all of you talking about? Let's go over some stuff. This music is royal wedding vibes. Think spy, clear fortune, 100 probability, 463s. Daff, you are correct. Sector moving. Sector's moving. Now we see our tech chart still holding the bullish area, pretty much 180. Healthcare still rejecting a bearish area, but it seems like on their smaller time frames they're trying to base out and pick back up. Also in supply for the bigger time frames on banks, but they are also still holding higher lows and working higher. No trend change yet. Discretionary higher open into supply as well, also holding a higher low. So we'll see how long the strength continues. But yes, he is correct. We are still moving up higher. Man, that 30 minutes looking a lot better now. Coin went crazy. 95, 88 rocket pad. Wow. Good looks, React. Yeah, coin is moving up more. Bueller had a question. Do you happen to have any videos to chart VIX or how to read VIX? So, to be honest with you, you shouldn't chart VIX. Now, sometimes you'll see... Here, let me go to the single chart so we can see this a little easier. You should never chart VIX in terms of, like how we do a normal chart. How I like to chart VIX is, like, just grabbing areas where I think is old historical support or historical demand or historical resistance. It's to gauge it. That's really all this is a gauge. Anytime you look at VIX, anytime you look at ADD, anytime you look at Volks or Volt, you're looking at a gauge, right? So you just need to have kind of an up-down gauge, a middle, and then you can kind of gauge in between those levels that they're hitting. All right, we're up. So on this chart, that would mean, oh, okay, most stocks in the New York Stock Exchange are increasing. Or if you're breaking to the downside, closer to your lower level, to the bottom of your gauge, you'd be like, oh, okay, well, now I know more things are selling. And you could kind of do the same thing with VIX. Oh, we're kind of going back down to where we jumped before. Okay, so you can expect implied volatility to potentially pop in the very near term. Depending on whatever news comes out. Because remember, this was news-based. A lot of the time this pops, it's news-based, but it's kind of duh, it's volatility. So I wouldn't chart it in the sense of like you would in a normal equity chart or, you know, any kind of chart where you grab, you know, TA, a level and support. I would do it in terms of like a net. Like, here's my high, here's my low, let's draw the median of that. And then kind of gauging that area. I wouldn't necessarily chart it like a normal chart, if that makes sense. Let me know though, Rajat, if that helps you out a little bit. Because remember, that tracks volatility. Volatility. Whoops, you got me to do that. Alright, we need to resave this chart. Save grid as for this video. So I don't ever have to turn off that stupid thing again. We're good now. We never have to do it again. Awesome. If there's ever a chart or a sector you guys want me to look at, just let me know. We'll go through some stuff. Here in a minute, I want to go through Moderna and USO based on Alexis Santana's finds. Daffy, if you have any other tickers you want me to look at, or if Daffy or Noxta or Jack or anybody who's part of that swing gang, let me know what tickers we can look at, and I'll go through some of them here in a little bit. Potential rejection of high of day so far is 450.69. But right now you're getting a potential rejection of today's open if they push back under that. So let's just see what that 30-minute looks like here in a couple more minutes. You have 9 minutes before that candle closes, so that will be important. 1 minute, 5 minute returning to that little median at 450. Sorry guys, I lost my train of thought. Let's see what you guys are saying in here. MMM for downside. Okay. Here, we'll go through some dailies. I feel like I'm in a really old cowboy bar right now. Then we were at a funeral. Now we're strolling through a city. Now we're on a boat. Alright, I'm just gonna leave it there. Ooh, I see why you like it. I like that you like this for downside, because that is what it looks good for. You're up against that X resistance, and you have pulled a little bit away, so a little bit can be seen as early entries for short tier, but I do like that rejection so far. Oh, and now we're listening to that one song. Sorry, guys. That probably sounded weird on your end. USO, I like this also. It's down in a really good area of old demand. They held it earlier here before. Now that they're back down here again, we're getting a reaction. So we'll see. Can they hold this as a support? 70.50 does seem to be very important on both sides of the ball. The lullaby. Okay, so y'all weren't joking. That was actually the lullaby. SF, aloha. She said, can SPY move already? I can't type, I can't type. wow. That's kind of cool. So, after explanation from Leland just now, it's kind of cool that Wyckoff accumulation, all that stuff. What Champion was covering for a little bit at the end there when he was saying look up the composite man. I actually just realized it is stuff that we go over. We just don't label it that. So that's funny, because we also look for those breakback unders and then that high or low to retake that old support. And then in his case, he called it a spring. I thought that was interesting. I just realized that. I'm gonna definitely check out that stuff though. I've never taken information from other traders and then been like, I'm gonna read this, but he actually gave us something that I am gladly going to review. Because who doesn't like learning, right? Timmy said, bro, why did we have to go back to the range? My bad, Daffy. He said, potential 30-minute inside bar. Or, I'm sorry, 3 bar on the 30-minute chart. Still holding over previous day high supply as well. Good luck, Daffy. Positioning is perfect. Song was like an experience. That was weird. Oh, now we're going to war. Honestly, he said, yeah, that's it. I'm loading up the racing sim and watching Spy with one eye. Racing simulator, that sounds fun as hell. It's funny you say that. I just saw this interview of like a NASCAR driver, and there's also like a Formula driver, like a professional, like, you know, race car driver. And he was saying that he doesn't think about driving when he goes to sleep. He said he thinks about the driving simulation. He loves playing the driving sim games because they're pretty crazy nowadays, actually super in depth. I thought that was interesting. He's like a pro driver, and he's like, no, I don't care about driving. I just want to play that game. Honestly, B, I like the vibes. Confirm big money looking at the dollar. Gave me some confidence in looking at the right stuff. I mean, it makes sense too, though, you know, speaking logically, because you got to think about markets that affect other markets. You know, we aren't just, you and me might be focused on equities, but not everyone in the world, not every dollar is focused on the equity market. You have the bond market, you have the commodities, you have currencies, you know, and all of these do affect each other regardless of what anyone tells you. They do affect each other. So it makes sense that they would focus on the dollar as well, considering, you know, it's the dollar. It's the currency of the world. But no, that is nice though, Daffy. I'm glad you got to ask that question. That was a beautiful question, by the way, man. Thank you for everybody who asked questions. Thank you, because that really spiced up the experience. Because you guys know me, I don't prepare stuff. I just like to be all natural. But it was nice having you guys drop questions and getting real information about really just what goes on at the New York Stock Exchange. It's kind of cool. Seems like a lot of like public media stuff, but at the same time, there are some pretty big deals that go on down there. So. Very, very interesting. And getting to hear it from the source is even cooler. You guys got to talk to somebody or hear from somebody who has literally met probably the most famous face of Wall Street. That's pretty crazy. And then what was even crazier, I didn't know this about him, but he said Einstein of Wall Street is actually the guy who got him in to the New York Stock Exchange internship. So I thought that was even more interesting. He's not just a guy who's just there doing his job. He's a guy everyone looks up to. He's the energy of the floor. So I thought that was kind of cool. You guys got to hear from someone who's met someone very, 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 very famous, and that's really interesting. Not every day we're gonna have something like that. I feel like I'm standing behind Captain Jack Sparrow on his ship. So much fun trying to master the Nordschleife? I don't know what that is. I'm unwoke, Timmy. Get me up to date here. Give me some context. Is this a really cool bike or a car or a track? Nürburgring. Oh, okay. A track. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Damn, man. Racing sim games are pretty cool. Yeah, do that, man. I'll let you know if Spy's moving. I'm honestly watching AMD now with Daffy because I'm not... Spy's gotten a little boring. I'm just gonna watch this with Daffy, and then we'll switch over to some bigger time frames with Alexis and Daffy and Jack and see what they're all looking at. Yeah, Timmy, enjoy yourself. I'll let you know. This market is rigged, yeah. Literally destroying the market is rigged crowd. That was so funny. Actually, yeah, tag anybody. If anybody ever says, like, market makers suck or this or that, like, just link them today's guest. Seriously. I'm probably going to cut up his hour-and-a-half part out of the stream and put it into a video. I mean, it'll still be in the stream, but I mean, like, I'll cut it out and put it in its own video for members only. But I'll do that after the stream today. Because that whole hour-and-a-half was awesome. We really weren't quiet during any of it. We just kept kind of feeding off each other and reading else comments and all stuff. So thank you guys again, because y'all made it a lot more fun, a lot easier to get through. Because, you know, it can be weird. You don't have, like, questions for somebody, but you know what you're going to go over. So we end up just vibing, which was easy, because he's someone who's super easy to vibe with, so... I am trying to tag Leland. That reminds me to finish publishing the Chrome extension to remove the heart. He said YouTube chat is rigged too. That's funny. It's weird because I keep like wanting to tell you guys like, guys, we're still bullish. It's just we're in supply. Guys, we're bullish. It's just we're slowing down. Guys, we're bullish. We're just tired. It really is everything we're seeing right now. And look what level the Q's rejected. That famous 386 being used yet again. Hit that 50%. You know it, Mel. At my last stop, I'll be back. Hope I don't miss a lot. Hope you don't either, man. Be safe. Be safe. Take care of it. Take care of it. Don't rush. I'll be here. Damn, Moderna does look pretty good, though. How's everyone doing in the stream, though? Sorry for... I guess I'm not sorry for anything. I'm just chilling. We're still seeing the Bulls try to hold that middle point of the range there at 450s. Battling around that all day. We can go to that new chart. See everything a little bit more clear. Tech still holding. Healthcare still projecting. Banks are in supply. Discretionary in supply holding higher low. Comms are in supply with an inside candle. And that next day candle is going to be pretty crucial. Aren't there holidays next week? Do we have any days off next week? I need to probably look at that, don't I? Next Thursday. That's the only day we have off. Oh. Okay, D-Touch. I'll bring it up. Where am I looking? Where am I looking? Right here. Daffy's AMD play doing great. Good job, Daffy. Holding through the red into the green. So as it stands with... Wait, hold up. As it stands, what is this 2-candlestick pattern called? Bullish engulfing, 1 soldier candle, bullish kicker, or a shooting star? Tag any ROR and trade floor the answer. I'm not clicking that for y'all. Unsure of the answer or got it wrong? Tough luck. Kidding. Well, it's a good thing we have great traders and teachers like Leland who always go above and beyond to provide great content and quizzes that you can retake over and over again until it's printed into your brain. You can click on this link. It'll take you to the candlestick quiz that we have as well as other candlestick knowledge in there. And I'm not answering this on stream because I will cheat and give you guys the answer somehow. I'm going to click it off stream. Oh wait, I can't vote then because y'all just heard that, and if you see me click my vote then you'll know to cheat. Never mind, I can't vote at all. Okay, we all need to go vote. 1, 2, 3, or 4. If you have access to that, go tag it. Looks like a lot of you got it right. I see the clapping Pepe emoji by Leland. I just saw what D-Touch had. I said, I deleted your answer, Daffy. Members first. Yeah, Daffy, you and me aren't allowed to answer them, sadly. No, thank you, D-Touch, for posting that, though. I hope others take away from it. I'm going to step away from the office for a bit. Clearly do not know how to read because I didn't see the number. I used the full name. Oh, you're fine, Vanessa. It's totally fine. Music makes it seem like we're in a movie. I like the mix of our community. We don't just have like 100 dudes in here. There's a fair share of female traders in here. And not even to that extent. I also like the fact that we don't just have Americans in here. We have people from pretty much almost every continent. But it's crazy just the different mix of people we have in here, and I love it. I love the non-biased view. I love the teamwork. I love how everyone's trying to be on the same page more and more and more each week. I like it. It's cool just having a diverse community, I won't lie. Exactly, diversity. It's nice. Makes things interesting. Oh, guys, and check this out. Check this out. Champion Vibe just messaged me. He messaged me, and he's showing the Amazon breakout is continuing. Here, wait. I'll give him his whole screen. He's getting his own screen for this one. Oh, we're on the wrong chart again because I clicked again. No, no, no. Hurry, hurry. There we go. So we're still holding 143.50s, and even when I went to go rechart it, I ended up with the same general areas. So, pretty interesting. And yeah, let me pull that back up. Here's his post. Look at that. Beautiful. I also love how when he came in here, he just talked about price action. Like, we didn't sit here and talk about, like, indicators or anything like that. And if you go back to the, I think it was, like, January 2nd seminar, whatever the hell it was called, he actually talks about divergences and higher lows and lower highs. And I thought that was interesting because it doesn't matter if you use indicators or not. It's divergence. It's amazing. So, very nice post, though, by him. I'm glad he gave you all a free little play. Look at that, making a new high of day almost. The other one that I went over with him was Meta, but it looks like his idea is doing a hell of a lot better. Look at that. Meta's still just chilling. Awesome. I'm glad that worked, because, yeah, I know he kind of wanted to be in here when the market was a little more entertaining, but at the same time, I was kind of happy it wasn't, because we got to just listen to him more and just bug him a lot, you know? We don't have to worry about the charts moving. But his Amazon idea is working, though. And those couple green candles in a row is giving you some nice movement in your contracts, most likely, especially for you more short, you know, closer dated contracts. Short term. That's funny. That was fun, honestly. It's kind of rare for me to enjoy, like, a different trader's, you know, it's very hard for me to enjoy that. And he made it very easy. That's a very rare person right there, man. I can't stop getting over that, really. Because I'm really not joking. It's so hard as a community owner. It is so hard to find people like that. Because you bump into, like, 99% of people suck. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to get into details. But he made it awesome, man. I'm really happy to have bumped into him more. Him and Ace the Kid, honestly. Those are two good people to be around. Jay the Trader, too. Shout out Jay the Trader. I've known Jay the Trader for an insanely long time, but he's another person who's kind of in the shadows and has dealt with a lot of toxicity on his own end. Not anything from him, anything from like other group owners. It's crazy. It's just nice knowing you have friends in powerful places, people that you can trust, people that you believe in. It's not even that I trust them. I think I just believe in them. I believe in Champion Vibe. I believe in Ace the Kid. I believe in Jay the Trader. I believe in these people. I don't just think they're cool or respect them. I believe in them. So it's nice to kind of bring that little bit of inspiration into the streams and get some of that talked about. You know of me through Ace? Awesome. That's awesome you found me through Ace. Ace says that he always talks about me in those spaces, so that's awesome. I always respect him for that. He knows I'm never going to join those because there's just too many toxic morons in there. I'm not joking. Like 8 out of 10 people in those things are morons. But Ace is a genius. I love Ace. I love the vibes he spreads too. He really is just creating a warm place for people to learn and listen to multiple, angles of, perspectives, I guess. Multiple like points of view. Same? Oh, okay, nice, Fitz. I'm happy to hear some of you guys heard of me through Ace, because Ace is a really awesome person. I have a really funny story between me and him, because it's just like, I didn't even know he like knew who I was. It was funny. And then one day he's like, "Oh, dude, I took your course. That's like the only reason I'm trading." It's like, what? Not only have you heard of me, you've used the course? That's what blew my mind. I was like, holy shit. Because somebody does that, they don't have to ever reach back and give love to the person they got information from. And I'm never going to say, I taught Ace. No, he taught himself. But it's crazy because, like, he didn't ever actually have to reach back down and say, hey, Bueller's that guy. Shout him out. And he did. He shouted me out. The tweet blew up. That was crazy. Tesla is flying. Once I checked you out, I haven't left. Fitz says also same. I love you both. Thank you, SF, and thank you, Fitz. I appreciate you both. Thank you for sticking around, seriously. It's been a lot of fun talking to you guys and getting the back and forth. Bob as well. Bob heard of me through Ace as well. That's awesome, man. Okay, so Ace is pushing the good word. I love it. It's crazy, like, some of these people who've been in the game, like, and who are older, I never get along with, but, like, some of these, like, rising stars, like Ace the Kid, Champion Vibe, like, these guys are putting a good mark. Not just on the market, but in the community. It's really nice to see other people striving towards positive, passive goals. Again, not looking to piss everybody off, but looking to leave a mark. And that's something that can be done in a positive way. And I love that that's what everyone's trying to work towards. I found you all on my own. Damn, Vanessa. So you just know where to look then. I don't know how you know what you know, but you know. That's awesome though, because that's kind of a blessing in a sense, because, and I'm not saying like I'm a blessing, like without me you guys are screwed. I don't think that at all. But it would suck if you would have joined like a different group that doesn't really go over this stuff or stream or do anything like this, because then it can really take away some of your motivation, your inspiration, some of your energy to really just wanting to trade some more. But yeah. Awesome though. I'm glad to hear some of you guys are from Ace and from that, because that's good. That's good. What's everyone's favorite ticker to look at? I haven't been asking y'all questions as much lately, but what is everyone's favorite ticker regarding the market? What is your favorite equity ticker? What is your favorite ETF? Whatever it is. What is your favorite chart to look at? What's your favorite company to look at? I'm just interested. You are a blessing, sir. I've been in other groups and they did make me lose interest in trading for a while. That sucks, because it takes away from your overall experience, and it kind of ruins the moment. Tesla and Spy. Spy. That's so funny. Everybody's saying Tesla and Spy. Those are good choices. Not gonna badmouth that. Same with me. Rajat said, same with me. I came across Bueller on my own and instantly found the missing sauce with those levels. Maybe I have told multiple times by now. BB levels are out of this world. Thank you so much, Rajat. I thank you for that. And I'm just glad you found something you like, man. Seriously, it's not about like giving me credit. It relieves me more that you found something that gives you a little bit of stability over the fact of like, oh, Bueller, you're a beast, man. Thank you for this. Like, that feels good, but what feels better to me is the fact you finally found something that like gives you a little bit of stability and a path ahead. Because that right there, That's the fattest sigh of relief ever from me. It's such a nice sigh of relief whenever you guys say that kind of stuff, because it's like, okay, nice. They're focused on the right stuff. I don't give a rat's ass if you give me recognition. I don't care if you give me credit, but I do care if you just stick to it. I do care. Spy, of course, but I like AMD. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with AMD. AMD will always hold a really weird, secret part of my heart. AMD is a really good chart to look at because they have, 1, good movement, 2, really clean price action, and then 3, it's not that expensive to trade the options chain. So, well, not as expensive as other option chains, I should say. NVIDIA, that's a good one too. I like NVIDIA. The sauce. Hashtag the sauce. That's what we gotta do now. Spy wants to dive. That's what Mel's looking out for. Mel's most likely saying that because we made a high and then a lower high just now, so he's looking for a break now. But overall, I'm going to go back to that new chart to see that we are still slightly holding above a bullish open right here to the cent, so 450s are still sticking as support. You have higher lows holding 450. Keep that in mind. I told y'all a couple days or a couple weeks ago, I said y'all are going to get really tired of me saying one of these numbers. 450 is that number right now. A couple weeks or last week it was 438. I kept saying 438 every other day. Now every day this week I'm saying 449 to 451. So remember these levels, remember these zones, remember these areas. All right, we're approaching high of day, or close to it, 7 cents away. Good hold of today's open with multiple higher lows on that 1 minute chart holding 450s. They can push that new high. That can be that extra move bulls need to make it to whatever the next level is above. Let me see real quick. 451. I should have known that. 451.09, 451.38. That's the next range above that we're looking at. If it continues. But I like it right here. If there's anybody here who's in multiple contracts on any of these higher lows, you could trim some here and leave your rest to the target. But if you want to just take them all there, you can too. Nothing wrong with being passive, especially on a day like today where you're well aware of that the movement has been indecisive. I'd also like to point out that Champion Vibes trade is literally on fire. Bro, as I say that, he messaged me again. Oh, he said, haha, love it. Oh my god, that is so clean. I'm so happy for him and his call out. I'm happy for anybody who's paying attention to it. Also, it was just a good lesson. It was nice to see it and then see it pan out. I said thank you for the free TA. He didn't charge us for it. We're good. We got the free TA, guys. Is the music playing? Is the music playing the Star Spangled Banner? Was that what it was playing for real? Sing a mutated reverse. What is a mutated inverse head and shoulder? Are you saying like mutated, like it looks weird? If that's what you mean, that makes sense. Yes, though, I agree with you, though, Shadow. I think it was a couple days ago I was saying it could form, but I didn't want to sit here and be like, guys, this is an inverse head and shoulder. But no, I do see what you're seeing. It's like a retest of the inverse head and shoulder. Like, this might be... Okay, okay, that does make sense then how you put it. I just had to ask, make sure that wasn't like a real term or anything. But no, I agree with you, though, that daily time frame, it does have that, like, inverse head and shoulder look, and then right now it almost looks like it has that move off of, like, a potentially higher low after that, too. No, I agree with you. And though it might not happen, like, you might not get, like, that a massive move instantly, but if it does, you can definitely assure it's from that support, that higher low support. That's funny, though, Shadow. Good term. On the fly. I like that. And guys, Daffy has been preaching for the dollar to die for, like, multiple days, so I'm happy to see his TAs breaking down as well. What's up, Dondu? He said market go burr. Burr. Whiz up. 3-bar play on the 5-minute SPY. AMD ripping new high of day. Why am I rhyming all of this? SPY 3-bar play 5-minute. Okay, I see that. And then you said AMD. AMD ripping new high of day. Yes, sir. Beautiful. Beautiful. She's looking beautiful. Higher lows over the previous day high supply. What more could you ask? Got the same thing on Amazon from Champion Vibes post. And we don't quite have that on Meta. They are against previous day high supply, but they are looking a little better. Higher lows still in place. Did NVIDIA earnings already happen? I don't have to worry about that, right? No, I think it's still happening. Yeah, that's what I remembered. In my head, I was like, oh, it says it right there too. But these tech stocks, I remembered all of these were done, including AMD, but NVIDIA is not. NVIDIA still has earnings next week. So that'll be pretty interesting. Not really many notable ones, but you have JPM a couple weeks after that. You have UNH a little bit after that. You know, so there's a couple ones popping back up again pretty soon. Keep those in mind. Apple boner. Apple got a Hulk candle. Is that what you're saying? Apple's flying. Oh, yeah. Nice move. 5 minute, 1 minute, 15 minute. I mean, 30 minutes, sorry. Got a nice little rounding look here, too. They just need to pop over 189.60s, and that would be their confirmation point. And you are reaching a higher target here now on SPY, finally. If I could zoom in correctly. They're like just under it. Duffy said XOK is 7 cents away from turning green. .450.94 hitting. Getting really, 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 really close to that next area. Love watching this price action. Very cool day on the market. Yep. We talked about this though. I told you guys, expect some of these weird indecisive days to pop up the more and more as we start to approach these levels of supply. Happened back here for a few days. Happening again right here. I'm not saying this in the sense of like, I told you so. Like, no, I'm saying this so you guys pick up on this for next time. So when we see it again, we're not freaking out. We should have been freaking out on this one anyway. This is all pretty normal. Now I know you guys are just bored. I know some of you guys aren't complaining. I'm just reminding, if anything. I know you guys aren't actually complaining. I mean, we are, but at the same time, I know what you mean. Q's break the 386.60s. Spy trying to break September 14th high of the day. Look at Daffy still going. Still focused on the right levels. 386s, my friend. You are correct. Keep it going, Daffy. No one can change you. He said, I'm never joining another stream. Thank you, Daffy. Nice push on Tesla. Thank you, Shadow. Great update. Thank you, guys. SF said, go Daffy. I learned so much from you. We all do. We definitely learn from Daffy. It's amazing everybody working together. Alright guys, let's go to see what the answer was. So when he asked everybody what candlestick pattern was this one here, the answer was bullish kicker number 3. Bullish kicker number 3. Good job. Those who said bullish kicker, you are correct. A very powerful reversal pattern. The 2 candle pattern starts with a red day, followed by a gap up with a strong buyer presence closing the second candle green. And this does involve completely overtaking the previous day's price action. Yes, it is just like a gap, but it isn't at the same time. This is just a gap. This completely destroyed the previous day's price action. This right here, when it went from here to here, they didn't really take over anything. Maybe this low, but nothing. Right? When they opened here, they opened entirely over the previous day. Very, very strong candle. Very good post by D-Touch. Bueller, I grabbed 10 $57 contracts of Cisco. Oh, $57 strike for 57.5 expiration January 19th. I think I might have grabbed too far to the money. I only did cut if it breaks 46. Let me see. I'm yawning now. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not even gonna try to pretend like I'm tough. I am yawning. Cisco. Want your input and thoughts. Appreciate your feedback. Experience with swings. So, one thing with me is that you just need to buy time. I'm a really big time guy when it comes to swings. You know, it's all about tempo and awareness. So, if you know you're not going to swing it that long, then you don't have to buy that much time. But if you know that you're going to be most likely needing to hold this because of it, one, like this, gapping down too much, and you know that there's a chance it doesn't just shoot up. There's a chance it consolidates, then shoots up, or builds a higher low, then shoots up, for all we know. So, make sure you buy enough time. That's one thing with me. You said January 19th. That might be enough time. I always like to buy 3 to 4 months out on a play like this because it just gapped down very heavily, so you might have to wait a while. But your strike... You bought... Are they 3 or 4 cents? What was your average? So when I look at this, I'm just going to tell you straight up. I look for targets. So if I see that there's price action here at like 51, I'll go look for the 51 strike. You know, something around that. Oh, 52.50, fine, that's good with me. That's fine. I'm only asking. You are too far out of the money, I will tell you that. And I know that because your gamma is literally 0.01. Yeah, your delta's only 0.02. That's very weak. Even the 55 is kind of weak. You really do have to almost get the 52.50 or the 50 to make it worth, you know, the money, the cost effective. Make it cost effective. Is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, I'd say maybe a little more time and maybe a different strike. But I do like your breakdown here. I think I charted this with you, actually. We'll redo it. And again, that's just my personal opinion, Alexis. You know, I'm not God. Go to the weekly. Do some supply and demand now. I'm grabbing levels from 1999. Tell them it's up, bro. That doesn't seem right. Alright, so the reason I'm coming over here, Alexis, and anybody watching this TA, is because this is where we reversed up from. So I'm going to go from the low of that move to the high of the last red candle. So let me just redraw it. Low of that candle to the top of the last red candle before the reversal up. So that would be the entirety of that candle. Extended to 2025. Zoom back out. And zoom back over here. So now you can see historical supply and demand, historical levels, and now you have recent price action. So you have recent demand right here. This would be demand, buyer controlled area. You also have a little bit of a sticky spot like between here and here, where it looks like they were trying to hold as a retest. So you kind of have an in-between there, and then I would draw this level here. See where they kind of pushed up? Came back down, held it as support right here? Draw that level. You already have this one here. And this one should be drawn because of this. Also that gap and that higher low. So that's what I'd be looking at right now. Do they maintain base over 46? Do they build over 48, stop at 49 before basing and just consolidate here? Do they do that here? Do they just keep ripping it up? We have a couple areas to look at. This is a very clean chart, by the way. Good reaction after the big sell-off, it looks like, from earnings. Wednesday supply. Wednesday supply. I'm in the wrong channel, man. UPPLY. How is everyone in the stream so far today? Took some puts on SPX, see if it works. I like your positioning, Mel. This is your risk. long as Daffy stays away. You see that little gap down on dollar, 5 minute. Got excited with that hammer. God, the dollar looks like crap. It looks like it wants to just keep tanking down to this support right here. Kind of like in this general vicinity. Oops, I can't draw worth the crap today. There we go. Kind of like between here. Oh my gosh. There you go. Dollar's charted. We don't have to chart it again. Doesn't matter that the candles look ugly or not. You should be able to chart that. Damn. Nice truck. Damn, nice truck. I just like check trade filler like damn. Trying to troll Rambo on the trade floor. He's not biting though. He's too positive of a person. I love Rambo. I just like seeing his energy, honestly. He's such a fun person to be around. Tesla, 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 Tesla. Bum 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 bum. Little inverse head and shoulder on bonds. This is your 20-year bond. Go Spy, go. Amazon still showing a new high of day from Champions idea, holding 143, 144 range. Still holding higher lows again. My meta idea finally popped a new high of day. Let's see, his popped what? Over an hour ago. Mine's over an hour late. We'll take it. I gotta look at my other big time frame chart. We haven't been looking at that one. Check this one out. This is the one that has like everything on it. We haven't gone over it in a while, but we were doing it like every day for like a year straight probably. But we were all a part of this. But it's cool to just go back because I haven't been looking at this chart set to see where it bounced from, and it did bounce from our major shoulder multiple times. It's pretty interesting, and also interesting to be back above the 441.91. I feel like I said that like every day for like 4 months, it felt like. Watch the 441.91 to 445.05 range, guys. I can still remember saying it. Now we're at another part of the chart where a lower high could be made, or a continuation can be made to hurt more bears, really, which would be very interesting. This is the chart I posted this morning. I'm just redrawing the levels and then redeleting it so I don't have to stare at those levels when we go to the bigger time frame. But actually, I think I'm gonna leave it. Let's just watch this one, I guess. Man, it pays to be the guy who's in between everybody, because everybody wants to be my friend now. Renaissance Festival music. Yo, it is medieval music. It changed. My bad. Y'all weren't even tripping. Y'all were being serious. I mean, I took y'all serious the whole time. Alright, if y'all don't like this one, and you want a different one, link me one. But it has to say non-copyright, or something like that in the title. DMCA, blah, blah, blah. Y'all have as much power over this as I do. I promise. Man, I can't believe I didn't pick up on that. My bad, Shadow. I don't have my headset on, so I didn't hear it. But as soon as you said that, I clicked on the playlist. I was like, wait, what is this? It's like a whole other playlist. Probably copywritten Renaissance music somehow. I gotta see this. The market will regulate itself. The market. Oh, it's so funny. What the hell was that one? Wait, 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 wait. Huh. Interesting. The market will regulate itself, I swear. Shout out to Doug Boneparth. I used to collab with him on Instagram memes. Super cool guy. Super smart. But why, though? Yeah, no. I'm with y'all on this. Yeah, what in tarnation? They're all bots. They gotta feel some kind of dumb walking that catwalk looking like that. Hey, man. Over 70 likes on the stream today. Over 300 people joined in for the special guest day. We're going to definitely have to do some more special guest days. Let me know who y'all would like to see in here, and I will see who I can try to collab with. But I'm really not looking to collab with like a billion different people. Like Champion is a special one. We'll probably bring him into a billion of these. But like other people, I really don't want to do that. But if you guys have any traders or anybody that you talk to or know of, tag them or something in here, and I'll try to work to see what I can do. Or if it's just a trader within the BB group that you want to see, it doesn't necessarily have to be someone outside of the group. It can be someone within the group. So if you have someone within the group you're wanting to, you know, listen into more, I'll try to work and see what I can do. Officially heading to internet for the day. I don't blame you, Maddie. They gotta feel... Oh, okay, I already read that. FS trades? That would be a hard one, but I could definitely try. That's a good request, though, because that's an obtainable but difficult one. FS trades is pretty cool, though. I'm not joking. If there's 2 pages you should subscribe to on Twitter, it's Jake and FS. I've been saying this for months. I will probably continue to say this for months to come. His tweets are so good, and exactly, it's not about like, oh, is he calling out this play today, or is he calling out this? It's just nice to see, like, okay, wow, this guy's levels are just like mine. And those are the, if you're on Twitter, of course, you don't have to download Twitter to do this, but if you are on Twitter, those are the 2 people I would personally subscribe to. They're very cheap as well as informational. And I'm subscribed to both. Both of them follow me, so it's people you can, I'm not going to say trust, but it's people you can rely on a little bit more. Those are your only two premium Twitter feeds. I actually applied for one, but then it's still just pending, so I just never went around to do it. So I just put more energy into the streams, which I feel like this is where I need to be anyway. I don't need to be on there. I might have to do like my own spaces down the road though, like stream my voice while we're in here streaming the screens, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that yet. Tesla back under 235. They're at the higher low that they were building off of earlier. Possibly changing trend on some of these intraday charts. Meta has some room below. Oh, I'm like, where are my levels? It's because it keeps going to the other chart. SPX perfectly rejecting Wednesday high supply. Right now we're seeing the 30-minute react to resistance, 1 minute, 5 minute also reacting to it. From here you could get a lower high, so I'd look for that first before getting into any put plays, but you do have a good initial rejection so far. Alright, stream audio I think was cut out for a second, but it should be fine now. Good just tap of the resistance so far. Main sectors that slowed down on that same candle was tech. You already had healthcare down in the dirt, but they also slowed down against the resistance that they were trying to get over. It was a support, but now it's resistance. But they're just rejecting and pulling away from it. Nothing new. Banks just kind of chilling. I wouldn't say they necessarily fell with that, but they did a little bit. Discretionary and comms also followed that a little bit. Looks like some of them are settling, though. Oh, I'm going to leave that chart alone. And that 30-minute candle did just close a couple of minutes ago. Wow, nice rejection. 451.10 still rejecting. Sheesh. That 1 minute makes it look so scary. 5 minute, they're testing that higher low that we drew the fib from. If they can reject that, or push under that, that would be more pullback. If not, bulls could take this back up. They are not done. Hey B, would you say SPY is in a head and shoulder breakdown on the 10-minute? No. Five-minute hammer, 15-minute could hammer. Nice doji with volume on the 1 minute. Good call, it's Timmy. Watching for a bounce at 450s is a bullish retest. Watching Netflix for Poots. Oh, that's right. I was supposed to chart Netflix. My bad. And yeah, Cam, it's kind of a stretch to say it's a head and shoulder on the 10-minute. I didn't mean to just say no like that. I wasn't trying to be all like dark. No, it's just not. What am I doing? Oh. See, this is my problem with these charts. I always I chart them for you guys and then I forget what I did. So it's like I end up recharting it 100 times. Yeah, look. I get like 8 different. So let's just do this one. Let's restart it. And let's delete these other ones. I like charting Netflix though, because I don't know, like if you ever chart like AMD or Apple or Microsoft or they all have like similar stuff like all the time. It doesn't feel like it ever breaks its range to give you a weird piece of data, right? But like your Nvidias, your Netflixes, your Teslas, these move so well and so much that it's almost addicting just to try to like follow it. Not even just try to make money off it, but it's kind of just fun to like track the patterns of it. I'm testing this one. I'm not going to leave it there, but I want to test that. What does it end up being? This one's easy. Okay, so that other chart was right. That one's tough because it has just rebroken that level again. So that you can't really say it's time to short. I think 2 things I'd keep my eye on is this. For, again, the gap fill because this never filled again. They tried to build some base and work it back up here, failed. Now they're back over this. So this could be an attempt at filling the gap or going towards 500 again until proven otherwise. What's our until proven otherwise scenario? A rebreak of 455. Because right now they're holding really well. They have 2 positive prints over. Today will be his 3rd close over. So it looks like just a really strong reaction attempting to fill gap. But you do have a nice slowdown candle. Don't jump the gun early yet. Like, you see how it came up here, and then it rejected, and then it came up here again and failed? This is what you want to look for, not this. So look for the rejection of this. So in this case, if this is a rejection, let's look for a lower high or something better. So you might have to wait a couple more days into next week, but that is setting up, though. We'll keep Netflix on watch. I'll personally try to get a swing trade on it with you guys or something. We'll try to keep that in rotation. That doesn't look bad, though. I like that chart a lot. What the fuck? uh. Damn, look at you, Timmy. I see you're traded, or you're posting the trade floor. I'm kind of scared to click on results and review today. There's a lot I'm probably missing. Oh my god. Let's go. Maps, I'm so fucking proud of you. Ooh, D-Touch got a nice one too. 22% on Spy. Cheeky. Another one. What is this on? Oh, this is Cat. This is the one you talked about earlier. I knew about that one. I didn't see the gains though. Kick ass. I am looking for the drop. Same Mel. Please don't say that, Mel. You're the market whisperer. I'm trimming. I mean, guys, we're in resistance. So, I mean, if you do make a lower high here, we will pull back. But if they were to surpass 451.10, 451.40s, that's more bulls. So, kind of a gray area in the same sense that it's literally highlighted gray. So, two possibilities of trades here. Remember, though, you are in an uptrend We are still holding very good bullish levels, so you do have that slight hint of bullish control still. But you do have a good rejection of a good area of supply from the bigger time frame, so that is a good sign. Also, this is the Wednesday supply, not the bigger time frame. I'm on the wrong chart. Same thing, though. Come on. There we go. I love this chart. I'm not even gonna move, honestly. This is beautiful how this is setting up. It looks really good for puts as long as 451.10, 451.40 holds. If those pop, it looks good for short-term calls, but I don't know if I'd be looking for more calls. Not yet. And Timmy, good trim. He trimmed into the resistance, which is a good sign, too, because that was a really nice push right as you were saying that. I think that was right as you were saying that. He said, I'm trimming right after Mel said that. That's funny. You're gonna love this trade even if bears pick it up. I'm already liking it, Timmy. I can't wait to see. The confidence in that sentence, I like it. You're gonna love this trade even if the bears pick it up. I can't wait to see. Let me know when it's up if you post it now. If you post it later, I'll check it out later. Was stopped out twice today during those 2 hours of indecisive price action from 8 to 10 and decided to get some shut-eye while the stream was still playing. Hey, appreciate you, David. Leaving my stream on? And I'm glad you got some rest instead of just sitting here going crazy. That's true trader strength. Anybody can take a trade. Anybody can click a dumb button. But only true traders can stand back and say, you know what? I don't need to take this trade. I'm going to just relax. No, good stuff, David. I respect it. Glad you got some shut-eye. Good rejection still at 451.10, 451.40 range. 30 minute, 1 minute, and the 5 minute all rejecting. You see the daily's just, reacting. We're really not going to comment on that one. And we're in the last 50 minutes of the day, everybody. Be sure to drop a like on the stream. Pretty crazy week of streams. If you guys here, I'll just pull it up. If you click on live. But if you guys look over this, we had a pretty crazy week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, today. And it's been like that for a couple weeks now. We have a couple full day streams in here. You can see there'll be like a 4-hour stream, 2-hour streams, and then we'll have like 6.5-hour stream, 6.5-hour stream, 6-hour stream. It's just a couple days here and there. We'll do some long ones. Try to keep it normal in between. Let's see what news we have next week. Let's see, what days are we streaming next week? Let's get that ahead. Alright, so today's the 17th, 18th, 19th. We have the 20th. Thursday will be Thanksgiving, I believe, right? Yeah, 23rd. Alright, so Monday, pretty normal day. Tuesday, not a normal day. Very important data coming out. Wednesday, very important data coming out. Thursday, nothing. Friday, very important. Okay, so maybe I'll stream. We'll do Monday normal. We'll do Tuesday normal. No. Alright, hold up here. Alright, so I either do this day. Wait. I either do this day, the 24th, and the 21st a full day, or we do the 22nd and the 24th. But either way, the 24th has to be a full day. And then one of these 2 days need to be a full day. I say maybe this one because of FOMC. It'd be cool just to see the reaction. But this one, in my opinion, has a lot more important information. No, I don't care about that. You can click on all these, by the way. But, yeah, I don't know, up to y'all. I guess we'll do it over the weekend and see what days we stream. But it's going to be between one of those 3 days for the 2 full day streams next week. What do we got briefing-wise today? Let's read it. Wait a second. Let the pop-up go over. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so Industry Watch, we got strong and weak sectors. Moving the market today, fear of missing out on further gains, positive response to earnings and or guidance from Gap, which is also known as GPS, or Raw Stores, also known as Rost. Relative weakness in the mega cap space, and S&P 500 staying above the 4,500 level. That's your market snapshot. If you want to go down here and read more of different important news happening on the market that actually matter, definitely scroll down and read some of these. If you start reading from the bottom up, it'll actually give you a better summary on your larger posts like this one. But it's really, really helpful. Let's see, what's the earnings next week? John Deere on Wednesday. Spotted that one pretty quickly. Best Buy on Tuesday. Kohl's on Tuesday. Nvidia's on Tuesday after close. We talked about that one. Jack in the Box Tuesday. Hell yeah. Futu. HTHT. Alright. So not a completely worthless earnings week. Next week you have Nvidia, Best Buy, John Deere. Alright, alright. Look, the only 200 billion plus on there. The Kings. Oh my god, I can't type. Thanksgiving for Friday. Oh, I'm dumb. Why did I think? Oh, okay. We were doing, if you haven't already liked the stream, get it together. Enjoy that Friday off with the family. Yeah, that's true, Daffy. You're right. Maybe I'll do that then. I'm not in a box on Tuesday? What? If we hit 450.25, will my 450 puts move much? I bought at 450.95 and I'm worried I'll get like... Wait, what? If we hit 450.25, will my 450 puts move much? Yeah, they would increase in price, I would assume. And then worried I'll get like 0.01 if it dropped. I guess it depends how far back you bought. I'd have to see when you bought and the decay of your contract. Because it's not really theta that you need to be worried about. It's your IV. Got a jet. Great stream today and all week. Enjoy the weekend, everyone. You too, Mr. Shadow. Thank you again for the amazing week, man. Thank you for being in here. You are very present, and I appreciate all your updates and comments. Thank you, man. Have a great weekend. I'm only 40 minutes behind you. I want my $2 got muted in the off-topic chat. I just need to chart this on the default chart so I can stop changing this over every 5 seconds. Actually, I'll leave that one. I'll change this one. Oh, my bad, Maddie. Yeah, what are we doing? I told y'all to remind me. This is y'all's fault. Like me not taking responsibility, and I tell y'all to take responsibility. All right, hold up. Yeah, let's watch this. I don't know if it's copyright or not, but let's watch it. I don't monetize these streams anyway, right? All right, yeah, let's watch it. No, yeah, good remembering. Turn that music crap off. All right, let's open it up. Let me up my decibels for my stream audio. And then I will adjust it based on y'all telling me if it's loud or not. Yeah, let's watch that. All right. Okay. Yeah, it's only 17.5 minutes. We can totally watch this. This is awesome. All right, is everyone ready? It's Legends of Trading: The Story of Jesse Livermore. I guess I'll leave the captions on. Am I allowed to just stream someone else's video? Is that a thing? I liked it. Should I subscribe as well, so they don't sue me? Okay, it does seem like it's like a tribute video. Let's just watch it. Some really nice comments in here. Alright, let's watch it.
Trading, you'll find very few people cited more often than Jesse Livermore. This is largely thanks to the part biographical, part fictional account of Livermore's life in the famous book Reminiscences of a Stock Operator, which is usually top of the list of most useful and influential trading books of all time. However, what's so fascinating about Jesse Livermore, and what makes him such an amazing person for traders to learn about, is the polarity of his successes. On one hand, you have someone that has scaled the absolute heights of success in the market, someone that we can use as an example of what you can achieve if you work hard to truly understand the skill of trading and how the markets function. But on the other hand, within the same person's story, you also have clear examples of the pitfalls of trading and how disastrously wrong things can go if you don't remain cautious about the markets and if you allow complacency to creep into your trading. Despite Livermore trading a century ago, his approach to a large extent is still absolutely relevant today. His approach to trading in many ways was ahead of its time, and his wisdom and observations in many cases are timeless. This is his story.
This sounds like it's going to be a banger.
Jesse Livermore was born on the 26th of July 1877 in Massachusetts. His father was a farmer and his mother was a homemaker. Jesse learned to read and write by the time he was just 3.5 years old, and by the age of 5 he was already reading through financial newspapers. He attended grammar school and, unsurprisingly, was very good with numbers, particularly mental arithmetic. In fact, while at school he claims that he completed 3 years worth of arithmetic in just 1 year. At the age of 14, under his father's insistence, he left school and finished his education. His father, who had also dropped out of school at 14 to become a farmer, wanted Jesse to join him and devote his life to farming. However, Jesse was devastated by this idea. He wanted to continue with his love of numbers and arithmetic and to carve out his own path in life. Due to this burning desire, his mother agreed to help Jesse to run away from home and to keep it secret from his father. She sent him packing with just $5 in his pocket, which would be roughly equivalent to over $100 in terms of today's money. Jesse got his first job as a chalk boy for a brokerage firm called Paine Webber while he was still just 14 years old. He'd been in the firm looking around, and because one of the boys was off sick, he was asked if he could step in. He was soon given a permanent position. This was an ideal job for him because of his love of numbers. Prices would come through the ticker tape and be called out, and then he would write them all on the chalkboard for the customers to be able to see. While he was working at this job, he became so fascinated with the way that prices moved that he started keeping a little notebook. Since he could clearly remember all the numbers and prices at the end of the day, he would write these out in his notebook and observe the patterns in the way that they moved. He kept this as his own little hobby or project outside of his work as a chalk boy. Up until this point, Livermore hadn't done any trading, as he believed that you needed to have a lot of money to be able to participate. However, it was whilst working as a chalk boy that he was first introduced to bucket shops. The bucket shops were almost like betting shops, where you could back a particular stock based on whether it was going to go up or down without actually needing to invest in the underlying asset. You could do this with low amounts of money and on very thin margin, and the bucket shop would be taking the other side of your bet. Livermore decided this would be a good opportunity to test out his work and to see if his theories about prices actually would work out in the market. He would check his notebook where he'd been recording figures and patterns in the movement of prices and then decide which trades to play on. Jesse started using his system to play at the bucket shops on his lunch hour, and the first profit he ever made was just over $3. However, it wasn't long before he was making more money than he was in his day job, so he decided to quit this to focus more on this hobby full time. At 15 years old, Jesse had made $1,000 from trading at the bucket shops, which is roughly the equivalent to $25,000 in terms of today's money. Jesse continued to do well against the bucket shops by following his own system, and one by one the bucket shops began to ban him because of the amount of money that he was earning at their expense. He would even have to resort to using a disguise so that he could carry on trading, but word did get around and eventually everyone at the bucket shops knew who he was anyway. Eventually he was banned from the majority of the bucket shops in his town. By the age of 20, Livermore had accumulated his first $10,000. However, this reduced massively by the age of 21 to $2,500. He says that if he stuck with his system, he would make more profits than losses, as his system would usually win around 70% of the time. However, most of his losses came unnecessarily when he would not stick with his own system, a problem that a lot of traders have to overcome at some point in their career. At the age of 21, having been banned from most of the bucket shops in Boston, Jesse took his $2,500 and decided to move to New York to start trading legitimately at the New York Stock Exchange. In New York, it wasn't long before Jesse gained a reputation for being a winning trader. But soon after, he lost his money once again. It seemed his winning formula was only designed for winning at bucket shops and not for the real stock exchange. He went to St. Louis to go back to betting at bucket shops and to increase his money once again. This was a new town for him with new bucket shops, so he thought they wouldn't know who he was. But he did eventually get recognised again, and again he was banned from the shops. Instead, his solution was to send in people on his behalf. He managed to actually make enough money by doing this to be able to go back to trading in New York.
Alright, from what I've heard up to this point, this man knows how to grind. Doesn't matter if he goes down, doesn't matter if he goes up, this man knows how to grind and get back in it. That's all I gotta say.
Although he had already started to make a name for himself around trading circles, Livermore first became famous for his trading during the Panic of 1907. It was during this time that he managed to earn $1 million in one day. He made his money by shorting the market as it crashed. By the end of the crash, he was worth $3 million. At this point, he knew the market was in a bad way, and that it was possible for it to move even more negatively. He had already decided, therefore, that he would do what he could to avoid a deeper crisis, when he then received a request from the financier JP Morgan, who was putting together a plan to try to bring the market back to health. Livermore looked up to JP Morgan, so he was more than happy to help. He began buying as many stocks as he could, which also led other people to taking the same action. Thanks to this, the market started to recover, and many people that followed Livermore's lead also made a lot of money. As a result of this, in some circles, Livermore was branded a hero. But of course, he himself had also acquired a new level of wealth, which meant that he could now live in luxury, enjoying things such as yachts and becoming part of the elite, going out to the most exclusive clubs and enjoying life in a city as a young, rich bachelor. To keep up with his new expensive lifestyle, he turned back to trading. There are certain aspects of Jesse Livermore's trading approach that have been well documented. One of the main things was his desire to work completely on his own. However, in 1908, he broke his own rule of not taking advice from other people. He trusted a tip from a famous cotton trader. The cotton trader told Livermore to keep buying cotton, which Livermore did against his own instincts. But at the same time as this, the trader as well as others were actually selling in the market, leading the price to move heavily against Livermore. As a result of this, he lost 90% of everything that he had earned during the 1907 crash. Throughout the following years, Livermore's losses grew deeper and deeper, until finally he ended up with a debt of $1 million and had to declare bankruptcy by 1915. Without a stake to be able to begin trading again, he had to ask for some help. He was offered a trading facility of just 500 shares to get started again, but Livermore knew he had to play this one perfectly. So he spent 6 weeks just tape reading in the markets before finally making his move. The result of this trade was a success, and he finally had a stake to be able to begin trading properly with again. Unsurprisingly, given the rollercoaster ride that was Livermore's trading career, over the next couple of years, Livermore managed to earn his fortune back again and pay off his debts.
Legend. Told you, he's a
Newspapers
grinder.
from 1917 report headlines such as "Boy Plunger scores comeback in operations on Wall Street," and they spoke of the shrewd young speculator who made and lost millions in the stock market and then came back and made more millions.
Can't keep him down.
In 1922, Jesse Livermore took part in a series of interviews with Edwin Lefebvre for a series of articles. These interviews eventually led Lefebvre to writing the book Reminiscences of a Stock Operator, which is one of the most highly regarded trading books of all time. The book is a fictitious biography of Livermore and details his ups and downs in life and in investments. It's thought that the book could actually be the true story of Livermore's life based on the interviews, but some also think it could be completely made up. The book became very popular and is still one of the most popular investment books to this day. It was shortly after this that Livermore decided to move to a new office to have more secrecy with his trading and to be even more removed from Wall Street.
Smart.
Livermore began noticing certain patterns occurring in the market leading up to 1929. These were similar patterns to those that he observed in the build-up to the crash of 1907. Feeling confident about the hunch he had, he began opening short trades in anticipation. At one point, he was even living in his office just so he could keep placing trades in the lead-up to what he expected to be a huge negative movement. Of course, the boy plunger Livermore was correct.
Yes.
He enjoyed the most successful period of trading of his entire life.
He deserves
By the
it.
end of the crash, Livermore was worth around $100 million,
What?
which is over $1.4 billion in terms of today's money. Most people had lost their money during the crash, which was known as Black Tuesday.
Yeah, that was bad.
After making it to $100 million after the crash of 1929, Livermore started to lose that fortune rapidly. No one knows the true reasons why or how Livermore lost this fortune, as it's never been disclosed.
I think we all know.
There have only ever been speculations. During this time, things were extremely unsettled in Livermore's private life. This included getting a divorce from his second wife, who also went on to shoot his son at a later point in time.
What the?
Livermore had spent time in Vienna
What?
and met his third wife, Harriet Metz, whose last husband had committed suicide. Livermore's children didn't like to be around her, since they felt darkness from her and knew that she didn't want them around. In fact, they even went as far as to call her the Bitch Witch.
The bitch witch. Yeah, she looks like a bitch
Eventually,
witch.
Livermore had to
Hold
declare
up.
bankruptcy again.
Come on. I mean, I know you're not supposed to judge a book by its cover, but come on.
Eventually, Livermore had to declare bankruptcy again. This was his third time.
Damn. Third time's a
Although
charm.
he was bankrupt, he still believed he could make a comeback as he had done so many times before. But after all the pressure and emotional strain of everything that had happened in work and in his personal life, it was too much to take and he wasn't able to do it. Another contributing factor to not being able to start again on Wall Street was that he now relied on his wife's money and he'd got comfortable. He didn't have the same drive or passion as he did in his former days. On November the 28th, 1940, Livermore was found dead in the cloakroom of the Sherry Neverland Hotel in Manhattan, aged 63. He had tragically shot himself.
Rest in peace. Tragic.
It's clear that the story of Jesse Livermore is one of a highly skilled trader who understood
Yeah, he's
price
clearly a
activity
goat.
and how to operate successfully in the markets. This led to some fantastic successes, which we can all learn from as
Merrill
investors
Lynch.
and as traders. However, his downfall in trading was also due to problems that many traders struggle with. He wasn't able to avoid being influenced by his private life, and he struggled to stick with his trading rules and system, which would have helped him to avoid many losses. Now, many of these rules are still useful today. They can help us try and avoid some of the losses that Livermore made, while hopefully helping us to move closer to enjoying some of the success in the markets that he did. So
Number
here are some of
7's the
rules that you
toughest
can
one.
follow, and you'll also find some books in the description box of this video
Real money
that do
speculating
a
when you show
great
profit
job
and
of
operating
detailing
profits.
Livermore's trading approach and life. So we'd definitely recommend checking some of those
Real money in speculating is made when you show a profit in your operations right from the start.
out.
Damn. Oh, here they are.
Nothing new ever occurs in the business of speculating or investing in securities and commodities. Money cannot consistently be made trading every day or every week during the year.
Facts.
Don't trust your own opinion or back your judgment until the action of the market itself confirms your opinion.
Don't be biased. Don't make up shit.
Markets are never wrong. Opinions often are. As long as the stock is acting right and the market is right, do not be in a hurry to take profits. One should never permit speculative ventures to run into investments. Never buy a stock because it has had a big decline from its previous high. Never sell a stock because it seems high priced. Never average losses. Wishful thinking must be banished. Big movements take time to develop. It is much easier to watch a few than many. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as we enjoyed putting it together. Jesse Livermore is a true trading icon and inspiration in many ways. If you enjoyed the video, please do hit the thumbs up button.
Oh, I
to
already
let
hit
us
it.
know.
We're good.
Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for
I did that
more
too.
videos about trading. The rest of the Trading Legends videos are linked below in a playlist. So
Awesome.
go ahead and check.
All right, guys, that was kind of fun. Thank you, Champion Vibe, for. Am I talking? Yeah, we're on the thing. Wow, big dump. What the hell happened? Wednesday Supply holding up strong, huh? But that was kind of fun to watch. What'd y'all think of that? That was pretty cool. You know, I think we've all heard stories of him and heard just bits and pieces of him, but I've never seen a video that well put together. That was nice, and it was quick. That wasn't even that long. His rules were kind of tough. Yo, that was sick, though, man. I mean, he kept, like, every time he'd, like, get up and then he'd go back down. I mean, man would just bounce back 3 times as hard every single time. Well, till the last time, but, I mean, come on. That's a lot of stress, especially all that happening at once. That's a lot to take. I think any one of us would struggle. But, guys, Wednesday Supply holding up pretty well. It's pretty good. I actually tweeted it too because I thought it was interesting how. Yeah, that's my last tweet. At Wednesday, high of day supply, 45.15. That was up here. It was kind of around here, rejecting it. Hit it and came back down. Hit 45.20 again, made a lower high. Now we're back into the support. They made confirmation that they wanted to break the support when they broke the low, the recent low. They broke that recent low with that large candle. Tried to retake, lost it again within 2 minutes. Here on the 5 minute, it's literally just a wick. Here on the 30 minute, we're still just getting a break. Still looking to see, can we not just break today's open, but can we hold under today's open and possibly see some retests? But we are in the last 15 minutes of the day, so I don't know if I'd be looking for any crazy moves beyond this. But it does look like our supply held up very nice. Good job, everybody who might have had that marked. 30 minute holding up pretty well. Let's look at the 15 minute too, because why not? Nice. Not looking bad at all. Okay. How was everyone's day though? You guys all right? Everybody in the stream chilling? So much to learn from his story and teachings. Yeah, dude, that is. Thank you again, Champions Vibe, for linking that. That was really cool. And I'm glad it was like, it wasn't like, you know, a huge movie type thing, but it was at the same time. Like, that was, I felt like I was watching Netflix for a second. That was nice. Very well put together. Oh, guys, hold up. Yeah, speaking of Champion, right here, the second link, which this is what I was kind of showing you guys earlier, after he left, when I was kind of telling y'all, you know, this kind of lines up with some stuff we talk a lot about in here, which this is a hell of a lot more broken down. I am in no way, shape, or form saying that I know this system better. I don't, so don't take that out of my mouth. But we talk about this, though, every day in here. He was talking about the springs and all that stuff, and it's pretty interesting because we always talk about the higher lows, and once you get that break, see if they retake it or not, and see if they build a higher low from that retake, and then that's where you want to take your trade. And it's crazy because he was talking about that in here today, and I am going to cut up Champion Vibes. It was about an hour and a half. Genuinely, it was almost 90 minutes. But I'll cut that up, and we'll have it as one video, so you guys can have that up for the member section. So I'll make sure everybody that is a member of the channel can have that, because that was genuinely an amazing hour and a half, seriously. Really good info here. But this is a good link. I'm going to link it here now, that he was linking to me for the some of the stuff he was talking about. So here you go. I'm going to link it now so you can have it. I'm kind of talking in circles now. But take that link. You can have it. I have it pinned in his DMs with me, so I can make sure to keep it. And I am going to read that a couple more times because that was interesting. But check that out. That video we watched together, as well as that link. That was pretty cool. But it's information you guys are all well aware of. Highs, lows, higher lows, lower highs. You know, following the trend, being a trend navigator, not making anything else of it, not being biased, nothing like that. But something that's amazing is that that's a lot more broken down. It's got the actual professional terms of everything, and it's from him. So I mean, let's take it there, because it's literally from someone who's interning on the New York Stock Exchange. So I think we can trust the info. Plus, it's not really different from how you guys look at stuff and how I teach you guys and how we go over things. So I really think it's going to, if anything, probably just cause some like light bulb moments. You know how I tell you guys, like, every time you learn something, it's always because it was reiterated, or it was a light bulb moment, or you just heard something in a more simple fashion, you know, something just popped. I don't know. Well, that's just another way. You know, reading things that are a little bit better broken down can be a lot more helpful. So definitely check that link out if you're in here and you like trading highs, lows, following just trend navigation. I would genuinely check that out. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I need to do the membership giveaway. Let's do that. Let me get my laptop on. Where is my laptop? Oh yeah, we probably need some music in here, don't we? Excuse me. It's funny how they reacted to that 450.25 yet again as a support partially. We'll see if they crack it, break under it. So far, you do have lower high sitting on top of it, but they're trying to hold the same low. At least in the 1 minute. My bad, I should have stated that. 5 minutes still just kind of shaping up around. I call that settling type price action. When you reach an area of support, hit an area of resistance for its first time. It's a reactive move most of the time. And it'll look different on every time frame. Look at that daily, guys. That daily is honestly probably the most important chart on our screen right now. Yo, is the music too loud? It has to be. I'm gonna turn it down here. Alright. I'm always worried about blowing y'all's eardrums out, I'm not gonna lie. It's not? Oh, okay. Yeah, y'all are generally my audio engineers. Yep. I'm sorry, I wasn't vibing with that song. Didn't really know what homie was singing about. Alright, can I set my laptop here? Yes, I can. Alright, cool. Alright. Hey, I'm the 85th like on the stream. Alright, guys. Yes, yes is in the chat. He's about to donate 5 memberships. Hopefully. Yeah, here we go. Yo, look, here's the free member milestone chat. Look in chat real quick. In like 5 seconds. Yo, yes, yes has a gold star. He's been here for 7 months. Let's go. The backup alias is hitting. Let's go. Alright, now the memberships. What you've all really been waiting for. Alright, who is the lucky 5 today? Remember, guys, whoever wins these, you get access to the membership part of the YouTube channel, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Very, very important. A lot of amazing info in there. These are actually coming from Daffy, by the way, not me. I don't want to act like I'm the one buying them. These are, I mean, I am buying them, but they're from Daffy. He just cash at me or Venmo'd me or whatever. He actually did it for my birthday, but I couldn't do it because there was something wrong with my end. And yeah, but there's the 5. Let's see who gets it. Aloha Ace, Dina Garcia, First Light, and Jefferson Vale. Sorry if I said your name wrong, I apologize, but you guys all won the free memberships. If they might not even all be here, but if they are, glad you won. Aloha SF, you did get one. I saw that. Yo, Ace Ventura got one too. That's kind of hype. Somebody tag Ace on Twitter and let him know that he got a free membership. I have never won once. Yeah, and you never will with that attitude. And yeah, all thanks to Daffy. All thanks to Daffy. I know it says yes, yes, but it's from Daffy. Me, Rambo, and Boo Rock are having a love session right now. That came off wrong. If you're on Twitter, you'd understand. So weird. Alright, cool. Yo, I took care of that. I'm happy that you remembered that, Jack, because I was not. Thank you for remembering that. Alright, closing the laptop. We're shutting it down. Alright, guys, we have 6 minutes left in the market, and right after the market closes, if you're going to stay here, I'm going to be doing the levels for Monday. And then, we can all go chill. Let's see what you guys are saying in here. Have to pay my own way around here. No problem, First Slide. Hope you enjoy some of the videos. In case you guys don't know how to get there too, I always just do this for... Whoa, what just happened? Oh, the other page popped up. Go to YouTube. Go to membership right here. And you can click this like show perks info, and it like says some stuff, and you can see like the stars and the different emojis that we have. But what's more important is that you go and check out all the different information. I think I'm at like 86 or 87 videos. The number of videos is not what matters though. I really do only post videos that I find to be of higher quality than my usual videos, because I'm pretty much done uploading public videos. I have hundreds of videos on YouTube that explain everything about my system, everything we do here. So I'm pretty much done with that, and I'm focused on the members of my community now. So anybody who's on YouTube or Discord are getting all of that. YouTube memberships are rigged. No, thank you, Daffy. You don't thank me, I thank you. Disney climbing, are we going back to 95? You know what, I'm interested to see Disney chart as well. By the way, you're getting a bit of a bounce from 450 on SPY. It looks like they've been climbing, and they already hit 95. Such a strong bounce right there too. What is this demand from? Demand from October 13th, 2014, and that's the COVID-19 low. Damn. So yeah, pretty historical spot to look for shares and equity positions there. 78, 86. As long as it holds. So honestly, now that you've had this, what I would call a reactive move, I think it's actually called an impulse move. I'd go from the low to, if this tops out here, you need to actually wait for a red candle here. But if this was to top out here, this is how you can draw your fib, and then try to look for some higher lows. That's a very, very powerful bounce though. Look at the last one that happened like that. They got a decent reactive move on their second move, but they did not get past supply. So that seems to be a pretty tough area between 102, 107. Pretty much 100 and 107. Very interesting chart on that one. 800 million MOC on the... Are you talking about the market imbalance or market balance? Market imbalance. I can't speak English. Nice. Yo, thank you for that, Bob. I actually appreciate the update. If you are here, you are on your way to winning, at least taking the first step. Thank you, Mike. I agree, though. If honestly people just engage, openly keep themselves responsible. Daffy's calling out the dollar, hitting a new low of day again. He's really on top of the dollar price action lately. I know I'm late to his call out, but... Remember when this candle was a full candle? Very interesting. Good job, Daffy. You've been on top of the price action for the dollar, man. Our bonds are back just under old, what was demand, now possibly turning into supply. We got our King Carnage chart here. King Carnage, I guess, is going to live on forever in the streams. But just a nice giant move up. And like we talked about, if you go back to the beginning of this week, I'm not joking. I'm not doing this for credit. I don't give a shit. But we talked about how this week might end up looking like this week. This grind up that we get where it is just to test this supply and hold it as support, but they're not going to make it obvious. They're not going to do it in the course of 1 or 2 sessions. They're going to take their sweet time. It took 5.5 sessions for us to get a close over, and a 6th and 7th to get out of that area. So, a lot. Now what you have here is almost like a similar thing. You like popped up into supply and you have multiple days trying to hold the same area. Now, will this cause for us to move up again like the first time? Who knows? Nobody knows that. So right now what you need to be looking for are multiple rejections in this area if a slowdown truly is coming, or a continued hold of this area if you want to see a continued build of momentum to the upside. That's all you're going to be looking for. But guys, the market is about to close here in the last couple minutes. Last minute right here. We're going to go over the levels right here for SPY and Triple Q, and we're going to clean them up and have it ready to go. So I'm going to turn after hours back on so we can see everything. So Wednesday supply, honestly, we might have to keep that. As you guys can see, was never truly invalidated. So we're just going to delete the pre-market high. I guess this will stay too. Actually, I guess we're not deleting anything. Only thing you really need to add here on the 5-minute time frame is, and normally my routine of doing this is you wait to see where's the low of day and then go to the reversal point. So you'd go from like the last, the low to the top of the last red candle before the reversal, so probably like this one. In this instance, I am going to be a little bit different about this. I'm going to go from the wick to the meat because this is a lot of wicking in this area, so I'm just going to include just that. We're going to include just a couple days over to the right, and then bam, that day's done. So a lot of areas, we're kind of making our chart very, very hard to read the more and more we do this. But the point of doing this is so you can have it until those areas are invalidated. Until they're invalidated, you don't know that they're not, bearish or bullish. And a better thing, another good instance, is focusing on this chart. If you find the other chart where you're having all your levels, use this one. This one's a lot more simple. You can just focus on the important levels. So if you want to have your bigger time frame chart kind of on standby in case you end up with too much noise, that's fine. You totally can. Go to QQQ. Oh, we're on the right chart. Cool. That's going to stay, was never invalidated. That's going to stay, was never invalidated. Still to this day. We're going to delete some of our smaller time frame levels like the pre-market high and pre-market low. Zoom on down. And that's so close to supply, we're going to leave it. And I think we're going to do the same. No, you know what? Let's just leave triple Qs like that. I kind of like it being super clean. Yeah, we're going to leave that. This is our demand from the first day when we jumped up here, Tuesday morning. And then you had the hold Wednesday, Thursday, we had a higher low today. So honestly, if you're looking at this time frame, I wouldn't be surprised if you were bullish. The more you look at the bigger time frame, the more you're like, okay, I could see why we could potentially slow down soon, but let's see. Don't jump into any conclusions yet. But these are the levels for next week. I wouldn't adjust anything. And of course, the top level, my bad, the supply is from the Wednesday highs. This is where we surpassed the Tuesday highs, but did not ever do anything since then. We've just kind of been sitting under it, but while remaining the while holding the Tuesday lows. Sorry, I'm kind of speaking in circles now. But guys, thank you for the stream. Thank you for the full day stream. Another amazing Friday stream. Shout out to Champions Vibe for making today's stream very, very special. I'm gonna go cut up that video so you guys have the 90 minutes of the one-on-one I guess we did. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Thank you guys again. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you for all the activity, engagement. Seriously, everything was amazing, and spread the good word about the streams, about the community, and I hope you guys have a good weekend. Please get some relaxing in. Don't look at this stuff for a little bit. Come into this Sunday night, Monday morning refreshed. But I'll see you guys again. Have a great evening and a good weekend.